You all are ready and we will do this
I'm
thing.
doing it, I know what I have to do. Only took me. Hello? Jeremy. Don't I do function one?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I had to do function. Okay,
Snaps.
thank you.
Yeah, Josie, you have a little stack of them.
Good Lord.
You see the ones with different big students.
Yeah. Neuroplasticity.
Clearly it's not keeping mine working. Hasn't happened.
Carmen, is your? Right, Ann, are you live? Selena,
I'm on, yes.
we are ready. Good morning, everyone. It is 9:32 and I am calling to order a work session of the County Commissioners. Today is Wednesday, January 14th. Present are all three commissioners, staff, public, and I hope there's some public on the Zoom meeting, but I haven't looked at the participants. There's a few.
Dave is there.
Attaboy, Dave. Good to see you. With that, we are going to open our meeting today with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you, everyone. I always feel like we could do that for longer. But we have an agenda to review, so let's do that. Does anyone have any suggested changes to today's agenda?
Sorry.
None from Ann?
None.
Lena looks good. Is there anything Jared or Mike want to proffer? Great. We are moving to items, public comment for items not on the agenda. And if there is a hand raised in the Zoom, I will see it and call it. There are no hands in the room. And we are continuing to move forward. It is now time for item number 6. And Kevin Cheney is going to walk us through, well, the board now is shifting gears. We are switching over to our San Miguel County Board of Public Health role. And now Kevin Cheney is going to speak to us about upcoming changes to the sanitation regulations. Kevin Cheney with Environmental Health, good morning. And Grace Franklin, nice to see you too.
Thank you very much. Is this, should I full screen this? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, good morning. My name is Kevin Cheney. Thank you for the introduction. I work as the environmental health specialist under Public Health Department. I'm gonna be talking about Regulation 43, on-site wastewater treatment system, so commonly known as septic systems. Recently changed over from our latest adoption, which was in 2018. And became effective on March 10th of this past year. So we are currently operating under the new Regulation 43. Why I'm here in front of you today is to talk about how, as a county, we can adopt certain parts of that regulation specific to country. So I'll be referring to Appendix A frequently today. That is just the document that details opt-in or opt-out. We have a binary choice of things we want to do, things we don't want to do. It's our responsibility in the county to give those to the state. They'll approve them, and then we'll work off those flavors of the week, if you will, of Regulation 43. So as I mentioned, 2018 was the last update. 2025 is when this new regulation went into effect. We owe a final submission by the 15th of June of this year. So this is a working session. This is something that will have to go out for public comment. Something that will have to be voted on by the Board of Health in a public setting after that public comment period. So in the future, I would imagine March-ish timeframe that we'd be talking about this again for vote to adopt as a county. What I'd like to get out of today would be to define the scope and the intent of why we're doing this, what our goals are as a county. There's a reason that I work in the public health department. Functional septic systems in our community are very valuable assets. And ensuring that we are doing the most that we possibly can to make sure that they stay safe and that we can regulate them safely moving forward, I think is very important. So Appendix A, as I mentioned, it's been working since 2019 of choices that we've made in 2018, and we're going to adjust them. Right off the bat, my recommendation is to keep the existing Appendix A selections. And then on the left-hand side of the slide, there is what's new and then what's going away. And then we're going to be going into the what's new portion in detail, one by one. We're going to be discussing pros and cons, what that would look like from a public health perspective, how we could maybe support or not support the logistics side. And my intent is for this to be an open discussion. It's my first working session, so I understand you might have a lot of questions to shoot our way.
And it's maybe first conversation about septic.
Yeah.
For me.
Didn't claim that Commissioner Waring was the only person, the last adoption of
Correct.
Appendix A.
Absolutely, so, right. So I'll just start at the bottom of the slide on the lower left, what's going away? Slit trenches, we don't permit those anymore. I kind of put that gross in parentheses as a joke, but that's really why they're going away. It's an antiquated way of processing human waste. Think of like a Forest Service vault toilet, except in a vault, it would be an open pit, an open slit. So gross, we don't want that. And that's why the state isn't even giving us the opportunity to say yes or no to that. They're just saying you can't do that anymore. So I'll just start with that example of what the intent of Appendix A is to give us the choice. The other one is an effluent screen, which is a solids filter that goes in the front of each septic tank. They've become industry standards. In the past, we've had the option of whether or not to have those in our septic tanks. Everybody has them now, for the most part. So again, it's just an option that the state has taken off the table, and we're going to have those screens in every single new installation that we permit in the county. So what's new? What do we have the opportunity to select or not select? A variance allowance. Can a citizen apply for a permit, and do they have the option to ask for a change of regulation based on what they want to install and where they want to install it? Can we reduce a property line? There's normally a 10-foot setback from each property line for any component of a septic system. Are we going to administer that at the county level? Do we have the resources to establish licensure programs for transfer of title inspections? Are we at the county level going to license installers, pumpers, and septic system maintainers? Or are we going to leave that at the state level? Also, are we going to allow soil treatment area reduction? So overall footprint, can we shrink those for alternative systems like composting and incinerating toilets? And then finally, are we going to issue a continued use permit? So if we identify a legacy non-compliant system that's still functioning, do we want to identify those systems going forward for future action? So I will be going into these in detail. I didn't mean to get too deep into them. I just want to take a quick moment to talk about our public health regulatory intent. So our vision and mission statement, those are pulled straight off the public health website. Why are we doing what we do? And it's to support the communities to live better longer. Healthy septic systems and safe ways to dispose of wastewater are a big piece of that. So the future is what Grace and I kind of added in there, but we want to develop a flexible regulatory framework to provide the future and current residents options. They want to safely treat their wastewater if they're not connected to a municipal system. So again, just a quick touch point, we're not talking about Lobson Hill, Mountain Village, Town of Telluride, Aldisoro, Last Dollar. We're gonna be talking about Ophir, we're gonna be talking about the West End, Wrights Mesa, Down Valley. All on top of all the mesas, so that's the kind of areas of the community we're talking about that have predominantly on-site wastewater treatment systems, these OWTSs. I mentioned before, our recommendation is to maintain all the Appendix A selections that we've had since 2018. And then, I mean, no decision needs to come out of today because it's gonna go up for public comment before Board of Health votes. But at least quantify those selections and start a discussion, have the discussion to see what's the best selection moving forward. So that's our intent out of today. I hope that's at least kind of on target for y'all as well. Please.
Would it be helpful as we talk about this if we indicate a preference so that come public comment time, the public would know what direction we think we want to go and then they could respond?
I think so.
Okay.
I think it's fair when we do release this content for public consumption that we indicate a lean of a priority. And then from there, we can respond to why we're leaning in a certain direction or not a certain direction.
Great.
I agree. Yep.
My question was jumping the gun. I can see here that you have more information.
Oh, please jump the gun.
We'll move forward and
And I
then.
believe,
My questions might even be fun. Next slide.
Yeah, please.
I believe in the packet, what the full Appendix A was provided for review. And we, like Kevin said, we didn't add all the ones that were already approved. These are just the new ones that we're going into detail.
Let's do it.
Yep.
Great. So this is the basic format for our discussion here, just kind of pros, cons. Hey, what does it look like from a logistics and administrative side to adopt, not adopt? I very strategically left blank spaces, not that I couldn't think of pros and cons, but this is intended to be an organic document, or organic presentation that we can add on to. So when we do present it for public comment, we'll have fleshed out everything that we can from both sides. So I put these on the same slide because I see variance allowance, our ability to administer and allow a citizen to request an exemption or a variance to current regulations. I see that variance as an umbrella over the property line reduction authority. So as an example, if we take Roby's old house in Placerville, that corner house on Front Street, we went through a variance process because their septic systems were too close to the Front Street right of way. There were no other locations to place a septic system on that property. So in order to provide a safe method of wastewater disposal for that house, we had Greg Anderson, our county contracted engineer, come in. We had Ryan Rigetti, Road and Bridge. We put it out to public comment and say, hey, we're going to go within that 10-foot setback from the property lines and from the Front Street right away. There are conditions to that issuance of that permit. We put blockers there on Front Street and we said, yes, we are going to exempt these certain parts of the regulation so we can safely put that in so that household has a way to dispose of wastewater. I'm going to jump ahead to the public health considerations. You will see variance requests in the future during your tenure for Ophir, Fall Creek, some of these communities, Placerville, some of these communities that were parcelized, if I can use that word, into small pieces of land previous to these more stringent septic regulations being adopted. So your neighbors' setbacks, especially if they're on a well, that's our largest setback, which is 100 feet. Often your neighbors' utility components can influence your ability to install or more commonly repair and replace your current septic system. So all these places already have septic systems, but they may have been installed before 2018.
Mm-hmm.
If we repair those systems to the current standard, where they were previously may not be legally allowable to place these systems. So I just want to put that out there that our ability to at least maintain some control on the variance process to regulation 43 at a county level. Nobody understands the constraints and restraints of permitting in this county like we do. And our recommendation is to keep a variance program, which we already have, we've used in the past to great effect. The cost to the county is higher because it does require county review engineer time. The cons, the upper right in my pro and con tag there, the permit is gonna be $800 plus a variance fee is $350. So we're talking a minimum 50% increase to a permitting cost for this variance process.
And that cost would be to the person requesting the variance.
That is correct.
On the flip side, they get to do their project.
Mm-hmm.
Number one pro right there. Applicants are afforded the ability to safely develop a home and more commonly repair an existing system.
Yeah.
I'll take Ophir again as an example. We have to put the systems in their existing locations because those parcels are so small that there's no other place to put the system rather than they are where they are right now. And under current regulations, that usually means we have to push those systems out to the property lines within that 10-foot setback, so we can get that space to safely treat that waste.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So this variance allowance is a new part of regulation 43? Because we've been issuing variances, we've been doing that illegally.
We have been doing it legally. It's just now in the new appendix A
Yeah.
is now an option whether or not we want to keep it or not.
Oh,
So we've always been able to do the variance,
thank you.
but now we can opt out of allowing.
Oh, you
local
can opt
decision
out
making,
of it.
Which sounds
Got
like
it,
a bad
got it, got
idea to me.
I see.
Yeah.
So, and I will be touching on our neighboring counties and similar, well, nowhere's like our county, but Hinsdale and Mineral counties. They're not gonna have a variance allowance process because they just don't have the administrative bandwidth to handle that request. So just as an example, some counties will choose to opt out because they can't handle it or for whatever reason they make their decisions. Yes,
Let me run a quick poll of the board. Do we feel confident that we'd like to maintain our variance allowance?
I do.
I think
Yes.
we can move to the property line
if
reduction.
I'm talking too much, you wanna snip it and we'll just move on to the next one. I
Yeah.
agree, that's our recommendation as well. We've done the work, but yeah, I'll move on and a quick note, the property line reduction would be underneath the variance process.
Okay, so those are
So,
melded
They're
together.
kind of melded together, but
Yes.
We need both in order
Yeah.
to accomplish the goal.
well said.
Well, those were the easy ones, so.
Okay,
not the
we
ones
just
with
did the
that.
easy
Yeah,
ones, guys.
that's good.
All right, so we'll go from the easy ones to the hard ones here, which is establishment of licensure programs. I'll start with the transfer of title inspection. I've talked to Mike, I've talked to Commissioner Brown, I've talked to you about this before. This is a mainstay in other counties' septic regulations. And it is requiring a inspection whenever property changes hands. The benefits are numerous. Our ability to be comfortable with a home sale going forward, knowing that the tank has been pumped, the soil treatment area has been inspected, all the components have been seen to be working well. That's going to reduce our frequency and need for repair permits, pumping frequency, and pretty much everything. Now, the issue here is, as I said in the last slide, the administrative bandwidth. Based on seasonal fluctuations, this could potentially take up most of my time as an environmental health specialist for real estate transactions. I think it's a great idea. Our recommendation is to adopt a transfer of title program. I think from a manager perspective, I don't know if it's feasible based on from a public health bandwidth perspective. So
Yeah, I would just to say exactly what you said, but differently. I think the recommendation is not to move forward now, but recognizing the value and to consider it in the future.
absolutely.
But Commissioner Waring and
I mean, is there an option for a third party to be the sort of entity who's overlooking this and
Good
not
question.
take it in-house?
To actually conduct the inspections or just to
Yes.
administer them?
to conduct these
Okay.
inspections?
That's a good question.
I think I misunderstood what this whole establishment of licensure programs is. I thought this was saying that we would license local contractors to do this work rather than just have the state license them. And now we're talking about whether we're actually going to require transfer of title, sorry, inspections at transfer of title. How, is it two different things? Okay, it is.
It's
Okay.
the four bullet points up at
Uh-huh.
the top. Those are the four different things we could vote for, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, we
And so
could-
transfer of title, I think, is slightly different than the other three. Which is why we're starting there.
Okay, so the question is, do we want to require an inspection at transfer of title?
Yes.
And if we did, currently the Doom. That's fast.
A good omen.
Is it?
It's like an eagle flying over in old times, but jet flies over.
It's a good omen? Okay, good.
Good omen.
There it goes
They
again.
always come in pairs.
Yep. That's it.
Nice. Okay, that was the jet. My question
Yeah.
is, I guess I have two questions. The first is procedural. Could we tick the box now and then create the program later, but leave ourselves the option by ticking the box? Or do we get a chance to review
Yeah.
this annually and we could change our plan
That's a good
next year?
question. I should have said that at the beginning. Our ability to change Appendix A, I mean, as long as we allow for the coordination timeline with CDPHE at the state level,
Mhm.
we can change this as many times as you'd like to.
Okay.
So just because we're locking in a decision when you vote as the Board of Health does not mean we're locked in for 2, 3, 4 years. If an unforeseen circumstances arises and I get in front of you in the next year and say, hey, I think we need to change Appendix A, we absolutely have the ability to do that.
Okay.
So kind of a circuitous answer to your question. Yes, we can say, tick the box. We want to do this and then move forward with how we're going to quantify that.
I would be
So-
cautious, though, if we say yes, from a state level, what
Yeah.
is that expectation and requirement? Because at least from building up a program, my biggest hesitation is to build the program thoughtfully before we implement it, right? So then it is well managed throughout. And this will be a pretty big lift just because of the documentation for most septic systems is non-existent or challenging at best. Just given how old so many are and different processes. I see one other thought too, just thinking of the third party. I'm like, I really like that idea. Can a third party group manage the program? But then where does the cost get distributed, right? Does that fall onto all sales or whatnot? Because it's like thinking of Kevin's time, like this would probably, to get it up and running, would probably be 0.5, 0.75 FTE just to build the program. And then during the high season, when he's supporting the builds for OWTS systems, then it's like also managing all the sales. And it's just like, it gives me heartburn when I think about the logistics, but I'll stop with.
Jared, how's your heart? Is it burning?
Burning?
And, you know, my heart is goes out for sewer issues.
Yeah.
A couple of questions that I have are, Kevin and Grace, are there examples of licensing systems in other counties that have been successful? And one of the kind of nuances here that I've recognized is when people buy homes, a lot of times they're unaware, right? And I do recall the first home I ever bought, they said, "Do you want a sewer inspection?" And the business I was in, I was like, absolutely. But a lot of folks don't. Really.
That's not part of a standard home inspection.
It was not until approximately maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And so there was some state legislation that then made it mandatory. So one kind of side piece of this question is I do believe we get a few open records requests for our OWTS records, which we can sometimes fill and sometimes we can't. And would this also design help to maybe manage that? Maybe we wouldn't be getting them in records requests, and instead it would be kind of part of this process.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point, because a lot of the open records requests that we process in partnership with the legal department are to support real estate transactions. It is either the buyer, the seller, or the third party doing the due diligence and saying, hey, is this a permitted? Is it a safe system? How long has it been on the ground? Do I have room to expand? All the questions you might have as a buyer of a home, that yes, the demand signal is already there through our Cora system. I think with the transfer of title, it would just be the next level up of licensure, saying that maybe at a third party level or a previously licensed inspector are taking a look at these systems and providing that information to us, saying yes, no, or it's somewhere in between, it needs work. Is that acceptable to the buyer? It's a good point.
But before we decide whether we want to have a licensure program for this, we have to decide whether we want to require it, right? This inspection at title, the transfer of title.
That's correct.
And you're saying it is or is not required by law as
I
part of the home inspection?
I believe that there was legislation a few years back to require an inspection. That was when I was still working for a city, and it was a centralized system. So it was a service connection inspection.
Oh,
I think
so
that
it's-
people are required to offer it,
Right.
but home or buyers can always abstain.
Right. And again, when folks are making a purchase, it's another $1,000-$2,000 to have an inspection conducted by a private inspector. I think for my part, I had my building inspector, the person who came and just did a look through on my behalf, do that work. But it is an expense, but a lot of times it's an expense that can save money in the long run for a new buyer if there's something untoward or maybe not quite up to par.
So the current situation is that our neighboring counties with the population centers, Montezuma, La Plata, Montrose County, already have these transfer of title programs. They require it. We benefit as San Miguel County because most, if not all, at some times of the year of our professionals that work on septic systems are already licensed in a neighboring county. So we benefit from a previously established licensure program in our neighboring counties. So when LePew Septic comes up from Cortez, AAA comes down from Montrose, we have this support system kind of around the county, in addition to the national program, NAWT, National Association of Wastewater Technicians. So we benefit from most of the septic pros being double licensed at a national level. And then at the county level, I just wanted to quantify that I think as I was doing research, is establishing a licensure program redundant to their current requirements? Are we benefiting from our neighboring counties' licensure programs? I just think that's important to put in context that there are very few contractors that are based in San Miguel County and only do all their work in San Miguel County. I think maybe one or two, please.
If we were to create a licensure program for San Miguel County, would we ask anything different on our exam, if you will, or our form than the other neighboring counties or the national?
My quick answer is no, because they're already licensed through that national NAWT.
Okay.
So we benefit also from the septic professional community being very professional, for lack of a better term. We always work with NAWT certified technicians. I can please.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would say too, I think it helps because there's only so many organizations that do this work, and Kevin's established a relationship with all. And if somebody new comes in, it's a relationship building piece. It's not just go and do it. That kind of a thing. But I also think of the restaurant licensing program. We provide reciprocity for food licenses, for temp events. because it just seems like additional financial burden that'll get passed on to the businesses and then the customers. And then from an oversight, we're all following the same rules within the state of Colorado. So it just seems redundant and bureaucratic to me.
I agree.
Yeah.
Galena,
Go.
my thought is that we should not establish a licensure program specific for San Miguel County, but allow the national and neighboring county certifications to stand and save ourselves the headache.
I agree with you, Lance.
Great. Before you jump into the next question, Kevin, I'm looking at the clock and I've realized that as chair, I have forgotten how to do this well. And that I should have looked more thoughtfully at today's agenda and realized that we have some citizens and guests behind you all, and there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
And we're scheduled to meet with them in about 2 minutes. Question for you, Grace and Kevin. Would it be possible for us to put pause on your presentation and ask you to come back? Or do you have other chunks in the day that you have obligations? Because I fear that by the time we get to the end of our conversation, it might be a while.
Oh, we work here. You'll go. Absolutely. Well, I'll see time as you see fit.
Okay.
I was
Thank you
just
for that.
pointing to Grace. I saw a 10:05 time hack there.
Yes,
So,
I-
yeah.
I fear that I
Oh.
didn't vision this properly and I didn't organize it right, and it's on my shoulders. I'm asking for your help to make this
Lance,
better.
it looks like we
Yes.
just have 2 more.
I know, but this one just took us 20 minutes.
Okay, okay.
Do we want
This
to
is the
come back?
meatiest one of them all.
I don't know if we want to come back at 12:45 or just ask Kevin and Grace to monitor our meeting, and as soon as we have accomplished our parks and open space matters, perhaps we can have them back at their convenience between
We can hover.
the rest of the morning or
Is
perhaps after.
Linnea coming at 12:45?
She is,
So.
yes.
So let's
Yeah.
ask you for flexibility if we could. We will
Yeah.
text you with a 5 to 10 minute heads up and just ask you to come back down. Is that all right?
Cannon's here.
Can you reach out to Kevin, not me? Just
Yeah.
'cause I love my-
Yeah, no, I absolutely, I'm on your
Okay.
time, so.
Great. Go skiing, stay close.
Okay.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you for your flexibility.
No, of course.
All right.
Appreciate it.
We got 2 out of the 17 answers you need. All right, we are going to move now. We have deferred, or we're continuing item 6. And we are moving to item number 7, which is Parks and Open Space Matters. And the first item is a review of our payment for ecosystem services. The acronym is PES. And we've got Chris Hazen, who is leading the charge, Janet Kask, who is right beside him, and our Shavano Conservation Corps District Rep, Steve Hale. Welcome, everybody. Glad you're here.
Oh, and some handouts here.
Hi, Chris. You and Steve may end up sharing a mic if that's all right. All right. You could also sit where
Thank you.
Maura's name tag is, because she's not with us today. Maura's not able to join in person. Thank you. Wow. All right, we'll look at that in a moment.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, team. Glad you're here. I'm not
Hi.
sure who wants to open, but I
I will.
am ready for Janet, it looks like.
Sure, I will do the honors.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Waring. So each year, us and the team come and meet with the county commissioners to discuss the PES program. And just to give you some background information. So today's discussion is going to focus on the future and the continuation of the PES program with the Terra firm, Chris Hazen, and the Shavano Conservation District. The county pilot PES program initially launched in 2010 with 7 landowner participants. And at that time, that was focused on having a field botanist look for targeted rare plant species. Then in 2016, we launched a pilot soil health PES program, and we had landowner participants, and this was more in developing a protocol to assist farmers and ranchers with improving their soil and increasing their water holding capacity. Then in 2019, the county sought funding for a new pilot program focusing primarily on soil health. and also engaged with landowner participants. And at that time in 2019, that's when the county acquired a grant through the CWCB, the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and we hired Chris Hazen of the Terra firm to administer the program. So at that time, Chris and a graduate student were handling all the field visits and soil health contracts and reports with our PEZ participants. And then, so you can see how the program has just grown and morphed over time. In 2023, it was suggested and recommended that we engage with the Chavano Conservation District. And that was based on a proposal that we received at that time from Ground Up Consulting. And also in previous conversations with the county commissioners at that time, it was felt that it was important to engage with Chavano to also complement the services already being provided by the Terra firm. So the partnership of the Terra firm and Chavano has proven successful, and we have the opportunity to increase the number of our PEZ participants going forward in 2026, and again, expand our program. And one potential expansion item, and we have Star Jameson with us today, who, as you know, is our Natural Resources Director, is the potential expansion to now include Gunnison Sage Grouse Zedic structures for those ranchers looking to do wet meadow restoration. So that is a potential for growth as well. So before I turn it over to Chris, I just want to introduce our team. As you know, we have Steve Hale here, who's the president of the Chavano Conservation District. We have Penny Bishop and Dave Deerstein up on attending through Zoom, also with Chavano. Chris Hazen, as I mentioned, who is with the Terra firm, and Star Jameson. So Chris, if you want to take it away, he will provide more details and also explain the packet that I handed to all of you.
Good morning. So I'm going to give you some high level stuff. Dave's going to provide you with a little bit of background tied to the packet of information you have. We felt an example of the deliverable to the producers would be helpful with your understanding of what we're doing. And then Steve's going to touch base on some of the forward-looking aspects of the project, as well as bring you up to speed on Chavano. So we're entering our 6th season on this project. The first pilot projects were in 2021. That original CWCB grant that Janet mentioned, we closed that out in 2023, and no supplemental funding has been obtained since. Engagement in 2025 included 4 new landowners, and one of those 4 new landowners was contracted in 2025, along with some previous landowners. 3 landowners that we met with in 2023 and provided a packet as you have came around in 2025, and we were early for this coming year with our planning with them. So the take home from that is that after engagement, after a couple of years' time to digest the information, do some homework on their own, they reached back out. So we're happy for that. This past summer, the project started to be shared with a broader cohort of professionals and other NGOs in more public settings. That would include the land trust community that I'm engaged with. And that rollout was through Keep It Colorado in July. There was also a broader audience at the Mountain Towns Climate Summit in 2030, or excuse me, Climate Summit 2030 in Breckenridge. That was in October. And that presentation has led to a number of follow-up conversations with other counties. That would include staff and elected officials, as well as other conservation groups and entities working on similar payment for ecosystem for services initiatives, and also some potential partners in the future. I think the greatest excitement and potential is the possibility of looking deeper into biochar as a means of CO2 sequestration, as well as a soil additive when combined with other compost-rich materials and extracts. And looking ahead to 2026, we'll be front-loading a number of contracts where plans were made in the fall of 2025, as I mentioned, for spring 26 implementation. We're also going to be implementing a test strip program, which is new to the project this year, where we're going to use a fungal dominant compost extract in a liquefied form in test strips adjacent to either untreated areas or areas that are treated annually, semi-annually, with other traditional means like nitrogen application or urea. So the goal is to quantifiably be able to determine if these fungal extract products are a viable recommendation and solution to some of the soil health challenges that our producer community is facing. With that, I won't get into too many nuts and bolts about the types of folks that we're working with in the county, but I assure you it's a pretty broad spectrum of historical experience from people you might assume to be part of the regenerative ag community to people you might incorrectly assume to be part of the old guard grazing community on Wrights Mesa. There's a lot of interest and a lot of acknowledgement that we're in a changing environment and that we have to be proactive if we're going to find solutions to some of the challenges we face. So I think with that, Dave is going to touch base on the deliverable and how we approach the field work that we do with our landowners.
Before you go on, how many properties or owners do you have total in the program at this point?
So total, including people that we've met with, not just people we've contracted with, we've met with about 20 landowners in the county over the previous 5 years, starting with 3 in the initial year.
But meeting with them, does that mean that they're have adopted some of the processes and so forth?
Meeting with them would include providing them with that deliverable of a soil health report.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the landowners were already engaged in these practices and they're looking to expand their palette.
Okay.
Others have implemented, as you suggest, new practices, and others have said, thank you for the information, we'll consider it.
So do you have a sense of how many people or landowners in the county are using this kind of approach?
Well, I think far more than
We
those
even
that
know?
are engaged with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean,
Mhm.
it's funny. You talk to people that have, 5, 6 generations on Wrights Mesa, and they'll say things about the way that their great grandparents did things and approaches. And so I think that there's a lot of trickle down
Hmm.
with maybe the older ranching community. And then there's a lot of new landowners on Wrights Mesa that are, maybe they've made the choice to move to Wrights Mesa because they want to try stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a few folks like that as well.
I think, and the only hard number that Chris could supply would be the number of actual contracted folks. And if you wanted to let those numbers slip off your tongue, that's great. But my instincts are that they continue to rise slowly
Yeah.
over time, and that every time that you've reported, we've felt like it's still working. No one's saying no, and more people are saying yes.
No one's saying no, and the limiting, we signed 4 contracts this year. The limiting factor this year was just timing. Like, people were interested and wanted to do things, but it was actually a springtime implementation. So when we're having that conversation with them in July and August, it's
Too late.
Right.
we're early for next year is what
Yeah.
it comes down to. So
How many contracts do you have? Is that a number to share?
we signed 4 for 2025,
Yep.
and for the coming year, it could. And the reason we were down a little bit this year, we had a few landowners just more or less self opt out because maybe they hadn't done anything new. Honestly, there's a lot of concern from people about doing the right thing in this
Mhm.
conversation, and some of them have indicated directly, like, it's been great and thank you, and we'd love to continue doing, but we don't need to take
We
the
don't
money
need to
from
sign
the
up.
county any longer. Yeah, we feel
Oh.
like
They're already
Yeah, we feel like
Surrounding.
you've helped us to the degree that we warrant support.
I
If that's a
understand.
fair way to characterize it.
Yep.
And there is no judgment in that regard. But it's great when people are implementing new things and they have hard upfront costs that we can assist with. And that's really, I think, from the outset, how we wanted to approach the program. But because we're building the airplane while we're flying it, it's, anyway.
That's a really good explanation of why we don't have a steady growth curve, but we have people dropping in and out depending on what their needs are and what their finances allow them to do and how generous they're feeling. So with that,
I can honestly
It's
say that
working.
with new touches annually, I
Mhm.
do expect the overall mean number of contracts annually and the outlay from the county to likely increase if we continue the program.
And one thing, Chris, you've always mentioned is that the quote, over the fence conversations have really helped the program. It's just the neighbors talking to each other and educating each other so that sometimes when Chris and his team have come in, they're already aware of what is available to them and, and the practices that they can implement or maybe already have done so.
Mm.
I know that Dave Dearborn is an expert at
Dear
this.
Stein.
Dear Stein,
Excuse me,
Yeah.
is an expert at those over the fence conversations. And I also see that he is on. Do you want to hear from him next?
Yeah, Dave's gonna just kind of tell you about the field work, the basis for it, how
Great.
we're using it to establish these baselines.
Dave, you should be getting an invitation to unmute so that you can speak up.
there he is.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, the packet that you have in front of you is one of the deliverables that we have for our system here as far as what we do. And so basically we provide this information to kind of give an overview of what's actually existing on the ground. And then we also provide this information to make suggestions and recommendations going forward that would be of benefit to the landowners. Do you guys have any questions on this? We provide vegetative information. We provide the lab data with an explanation concerning what we found on the ground. We address resource concerns as far as it could be weeds or other things that are going on. And then we come up with a suite of suggestions and recommendations as to how to proceed for the landowner from there. And it includes a lot of field forms and stuff like that. The interesting thing is that we do have baseline data so that if we go back into this particular field or landowner, we have that information to show potentially the changes that have occurred.
Dave, the way that I'm interpreting the information is that it's a little bit like going to the doctor and getting that blood test with all the numbers. And as a layperson, that doesn't make much sense to me. But when I sit down with my ND or provider, they say, hey, this number's a little high. And then we talk about what to do.
And that's
that-
what the report is all about, because yes, there is some technical information, but we try to explain it out in terms that landowners can understand so that they can then have this tool to help them go forward in their management decisions that they're making. And so the vegetative stuff is all done according to NRCS protocols. It's the same program that is done across the country. So it's actually, again, data that is basically captured and presented in an established format. And so if you look at the vegetative data, we lay transects out according to the NRCS, NRI protocols. And so, again, it has a scientific basis to it. And then the lab stuff that we get includes both physical and chemical, as well as soil health practices and recommendations. And again, that's exactly right. It's like going to the doctor and having the doctor explain, well, here's what these numbers mean. And so that's what this report comes up with. And these are the numbers there. And I'd be glad to answer any questions if you guys have any concerning what we're actually presenting to them.
Thanks, Dave. Any questions, commissioners?
No, but something I'm interested in reading for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you all know I'm a soil nerd and haven't said much here because I follow this very closely and I'm a huge proponent for this project. And I'm really at this point interested in hearing about the potential for expansions, specifically the Gunnison Sage Grouse Z Dike opportunities for private landowners to potentially utilize as funding to implement that kind of improvement on their property. And I also have some thoughts about potentially incorporating more of this line of thinking and soil health improvements with our vegetative management program, and thinking about providing information to landowners that, you know, are hearing from the county about invasive weeds, and giving them information and education on this program that does exist as a way to treat invasive weeds, and even the prairie dog issue that we're seeing become pretty rampant across Wrights Mesa right now, or, you know, fallow fields. And of course, it all comes down to water at the end of the day, right? But even some more dryland farming techniques, utilizing cover crops, a lot of these prescriptions that folks maybe aren't using, instead of throwing violations, thinking about giving people education and opportunity to implement the PEZ program, to be better stewards and work against the invasive weed issue. I want to mention that the film event that was held in Norwood in October, the Common Ground film event, where many of us sat, Steve Hale, as well as David Deerstein, Chris Hazen, myself, as well as some local farmers, and Molly Mazel from Montezuma Land Conservancy sat on a panel to discuss with the community that gathered that evening about the PEZ program, as well as just regenerative farming and soil health. It was a very well attended event, and some conversations I've been having have been to try to motivate and neighboring counties to entertain implementing a similar type of program, specifically Montrose County, because, you know, right at the county line, there were several producers who came to that event in Norwood who are Montrose County residents. Are really excited about the program, but of course, Montrose County doesn't have this program implemented. But with the newly elected county commissioner in Montrose County, Kirsten Copeland, she's quite interested in this program. I've been having some just kind of soft conversations with her about it. And at Mountain Towns 2030, when Chris Hazen gave his presentation about the PEZ program, Gunnison County Commissioner Laura Puckett Daniels was really interested. She's been envisioning this type of a program, and so I think Gunnison County might. Chris probably has updates. She may have reached out to you, but my point being is that I think that this needs to be a regional effort, and because San Miguel County has been kind of leading the way with this pilot and now our adopted program, and it's working, and landowners are seeing the benefits. And I also think it's important to mention that this directly addresses our climate action plan as well, as far as carbon sequestration. Soil health is climate action, and so that, you know, it's multifold as far as supporting the agricultural community, you know, taking some climate action, and keeping the water on our land, which is going to benefit everyone. So I've been making efforts to try to really be a cheerleader for the program to neighboring counties, and, you know, of course, the funding piece is always a challenging piece of the puzzle. We've also been seeing some major reductions in funding through NRCS. And so, you know, regional and local support of soil health implementation has never been more important than it is at this moment in time, because there is not as much federal dollars trickling down to support local ag or soil health.
Thanks, Galena. That was a really great kind of cheerlead update and suggested path forward. I think one thing that I heard you say was that you'd like to hear more about the Wet Meadow ZDEC restoration expansion potential. And I noticed Star has stepped up to the microphone. Could we focus there for a moment?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to go?
go ahead.
We had sort of an agenda and I was
Okay.
going, I was gonna go last. So the county allocates yearly, $14,500 dollars to the Gunnison Sage-Grouse Habitat Improvement Program. The Gunnison Sage-Grouse Working Group hasn't necessarily needed that funding for the last year because they received an IRA grant. And that grant has allowed them to conduct wet meadow restoration on county land, state land. And they've come to the point where they've built these structures pretty much everywhere they can on that land. And the need now is to go to private land. So about a year and a half ago, I had a discussion with CPW and the Gunnison Sage-Grouse coordinator about moving on to private land and what that looked like and asking them what the challenges were. After having numerous conversations with Chris about the PES program, understanding that success is moves at the speed of trust for landowners for these types of projects, that was there a way that we could somehow combine these projects. And so Chris knew about a program in Routt County that was with the Cattlemen's Association and put us together in a group and had a meeting with the Cattlemen's Association on a similar project that they're doing, paying ranchers in Routt County for wet meadow restoration. I asked them for their structure and how they do this, and it's a new program, and it seemed like it wasn't fully ironed out, but they had it pretty much dialed. And so at this point, Renzo and I have been looking at their program and then working on a proposal for this type of program using that 14.5 to pay the landowners back for some of these. We don't know how it's going to work. I think there's 7 potential. I created a map and had Chris look at it to see if there's some overlap that we could do with his current program and people that he needs to reach out to, as well as for Gunnison Sage-Grouse Habitat to look at if there could be some overlap with just one person to contact the landowner and to have all these improvements come together. So the proposal isn't complete yet. We're still looking at, we've identified what the land improvements could be, and we're kind of researching cost structures and such for that. And believe that with that 14.5 that we've allocated, that we could pay back. Potentially, 1 to 2 in this year.
That all sounds really promising. Does anyone have any questions or concerns?
No?
Great. I think, Star, we are looking forward to seeing that proposal when it's fleshed out.
Great.
Cool. Steve, what part of the puzzle were you going to add for
Yeah,
us?
thanks for having me. I'm really excited about hearing the potential expansions of this program. This has been a very good marriage of resource and talents and organizations. A lot of what you've talked about. The Conservation District, Chavano, has a long history in providing these educational opportunities. And I love what you touched on, Galena, about rather than punishing people for not doing things, why not encourage people on a voluntary basis to do the right thing? And that's what we're really talking about is helping folks understand what is the right thing to do for their land and encourage that on a voluntary basis. That's the basis of conservation districts nationwide. And so it's been a real honor for us to partner with you guys. And we see very good, strong things happening. The thing that, was kind of from our understanding, the basis of wanting to do this from San Miguel County, perhaps started with carbon sequestration and offsetting impacts and things. What we've found, I think Dave can probably concur with this, is science has told us that there's a direct correlation between carbon and water conservation. And so soil health in a general standpoint, I believe we need to really have this in the tip of our tongue, and everyone we talk to and everyone we engage with, farmer ranchers, is to tie the two together, tie soil health to water conservation. And with this winter shaping up the way it is awful right now. We are right now, San Miguel County, I think we're NRCS data came out 49% snowpack. I don't even know how they come up with that. I think we're facing a dire straits this summer if we don't turn the corner and have weather patterns that bring in at least an average. So we are going to increasingly have these events, the weather patterns changing. We've got to really be resilient on keeping our water effective in the Western Slope. So soil health is the key to do that. And Dave, I like the analogy for the doctor. Now I'm going to start calling him Dr. Dave. He's always told me, the very profound statement that 1% increase in soil carbon organic percent, 1% increase in organic percent means that you're saving about 27,000 gallons per acre. So that's the mode of operation that we have to work with. And, we're excited. We've got some updated 3-year plan, executive summary that I'd like to have you guys review at your leisure. Penny Bishop, our district managers, helped us do this, and it's a district directive. Every few years we have to redo our long-term plan, and so this really helps to provide a document to help you folks understand where we are going. And Chavano District is very proactive on the soil health front, and so this has been very productive for us to engage with San Miguel County and west end of Montrose County. We're excited to maybe partner up with this to help go to Montrose County to expand this program into Montrose County, West End especially. So a lot of neat things there. So I'm going to go in front of the Board of County Commissioners in Montrose right away. So I'll help you absolutely with that effort. But I think the model that you guys have, I'd like to present an option for us to perhaps take this system, the PEZ program, and if I can swing it, I'd like to take this to the annual conservation convention that's usually held in Colorado Springs in the fall. But I'd love to have Chris and Dave represented and tell the state conservation meetings what you guys have been up to and how this has worked. Because what we're all fighting is how to get the right thing on the ground. And the funding sources are changing. They're not necessarily drying up entirely, but NRCS is having their real battles right now. So that there's other means of getting some dollars on the ground. I would encourage you to look at other grant opportunities. Our district is now scurrying around getting a grant out the door before January 20th. It's Colorado Water Conservation Board, about $400,000 statewide for soil health initiatives. This may be something that if can be pulled off in a hurry to get a grant. They're maxed out at $50,000, but we've got to look for every dollar that's out there, and perhaps that something like this could help augment a little bit alongside what you guys are already doing. So we want to partner up in any way we can and provide the resource, the education, the information, the technical support, the over the fence help that we can provide. And we're just looking forward to a real successful 26 in this program.
Thank you, Steve. I have a question about the grant that you mentioned that your team is scurrying to complete. If you are successful in attaining that, it's that money earmarked for Chavano uses, or is that money
our
available
district
for PEZ uses?
Is going for our soil health team. It's a committee. We have a very unique situation. Nowhere in the state, I don't believe, has this. We have a volunteer group that goes alongside our board. It's called the Western Colorado Soil Health Committee, which Dave helped create. And they used to have conferences and on their own and everything. And so they came under the umbrella of the district. But what together we are now applying for this grant through the it's administered through the Department of Agriculture in the state, Colorado State Department of Ag, and it's called the SHOW grant, the state, the soil health grant. And so we're hoping to come alongside and I want to keep this brief for time, but we just recently received a $75,000 grant through a private philanthropy to purchase the machinery that required to scale up the compost extract. And so we have the fungal dominant extract that we are obtaining through company in San Luis Valley. And this is the Johnson-Su method of composting that is so effective. So to scale this up to be effective on literally thousands of acres, hopefully, we want to bring this and we're excited. I'm going to use it on the land that our family has in Deep Creek. So we have the capacity to bring that technology and that to Wrights Mesa, wherever we can. So we are going to have the extract produced, and then we are going to have means of helping the farmers and ranchers apply it to the land. But the amazing part of that extract story is that it only takes 2 to 3 pounds of compost per acre.
Whoa.
So 2 to 3 pounds of compost in 10 gallons of water. And that is an inoculant on that ground to reactivate a lot of what it may be already there, but is inactive. So we're waking up that soil in a natural way. And that's exciting because if it proves out, and it has so far, to be effective in regenerating a lot of natural microbiology, it shortcuts years and years of other practices. So that we're pretty excited about that.
Understood. What I think I also heard you say about the show grant is that if we wanted to do the same scramble, maybe we could also get involved.
Janet and I actually had a call with the CWCB grant administration team this fall about getting into this upcoming grant cycle. And based on that conversation, it seems like we're probably better teed up for the July cycle with CWCB.
Okay.
So
pressure's off to scurry and we can.
Yeah, we were aware of the opportunity. And
would it be helpful if the commissioners wrote a letter of support for that grant application?
We would love that. It would
Okay.
be an awesome opportunity to tie our programs together and showcase how, because what we really want to get out of that, this new show grant that Penny is working on right now is to buy inventory of the compost, which is about $6,000 per tote. It's not cheap, but it goes a long way. But the district wants to preload our inventory and have that available to and almost incentivize these producers at a very low cost to get it onto the ground. So that it would be wonderful to bring that into PEZ participants.
Great.
Would you mind just sending us over some talking points to build around that letter?
Absolutely. Penny and I can help do that.
I was going to suggest that you draft a letter.
Yeah, I was too.
Send us the draft with the talking points and Galena will take on the final
That sounds
edit.
great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Very good.
just in case you didn't connect the dots, you probably did, but that extract Steve is referring to is the extract we're
Yes.
using in the test.
Task force, I figured that. And is the show grant from CWCB? Is that what you said? It's from,
It's actually from the Colorado Water Conservation Board.
isn't
And
that CWCB?
it's a different,
Oh,
Yeah, CWCB.
say it's the same, okay, well,
Oh, okay.
I think there's two different folks that I'm referring, yeah, anyway.
that's fine. That's it.
But the,
I was wondering if it was federal or state,
no,
state.
it's, and then that's administered through the Colorado Department of Ag.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. That's
Yes.
good news. And I'm excited to see those proving outs continue. Commissioners, other questions? I have got a half an eye on the clock.
I just want to say every time you guys come here, I turn into a mini soil geek. And I see the movies and it's just super exciting. And I'm so happy to know that Commissioner Gleason has her finger on this, her pulse, and all y'all doing that work. One other question, when you go to these conferences and spread the word, Chris, are you doing that on your own dime or is that something that we could support with, because I think that we can have even further reaching impacts if we do spread the word, and I don't want you to have to be doing that.
Yeah, I mean, this past year, when I went to Breckenridge, the county, took care of me.
Good, okay.
Yeah, that was fine.
Good.
And, if we have a more concerted effort towards putting the word
Outreach,
out,
yeah.
or if we, then, yeah, we can revisit all that. So,
I think that is a really exciting part of the program, that we're able to spread the word.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I really wanted to highlight just conversations I've been having and even just ideas brewing in my brain about trying to spread this message regionally and even statewide. And I think it's, it's hard to envision launching a program like this, but at this point we have the recipe and can share that. And I think it's almost, within our capacity, I think that it is also a responsibility to share this, because it has been successful, and I think there's so many counties in Colorado that can really benefit at this moment from this type of implementing this type of project.
There's a couple of calendar events I'd like to throw
Or
out
the
there.
geeks are extending this
For
conversation.
those soil geeks that are out there, we are actually involved. This Roots of Renewal is a conference that's coming up January 23rd and 24th. There's a few tickets left, but this is a tremendous conference that we've been, and Dave and the Soil Health Committee had started their conferences, and a few years ago we joined forces with Valley Food Partnership in producing this new conference called Roots of Renewal. It's a tremendous resource. So anyone from San Diego County that is in, I would really suggest that you get tied into this information. It would be
Sure.
really great.
No, I always share that with the Fair Board, Open
Yeah.
Space Commission, and
Good.
Yeah.
There's going to be breakouts. We're going to have a breakout on how to scale up the Johnson Sioux extract. So it's good information. Anyway, another thing I'd like to invite you all to is our annual meeting banquet, and that's going to be March 10th in Montrose, and we would love to have you folks represented there.
Thank you,
This
Steve.
year was great.
Yeah.
Helena, I bet that date, March 10th, is on your calendar already.
Yeah.
Super.
Very good.
Thank you all very much. Unless there's other questions.
I was just going to leave you with a couple of things.
Please.
If I could take another minute or two of your time.
Yes, please.
So if you haven't accepted this already, you are like part of the leading wave on this conversation as a government. It's highly unusual, and I know it's kind of been a legacy of San Miguel County in a general sense, but so thank you for that. I am trying to think like one step ahead on this program, and what does it look like 3 years from now? And I realize that probably 3 years from now, unless there's a revenue side to this, it may not exist. So that's what I'm working towards is how do we find a way to develop new partnerships? I've recently had some interesting conversations with some folks affiliated with Yale University about aggregating small scale carbon projects and figuring out how to link arms and take our carbon to the marketplace. We're also fleshing out some opportunities with biochar. There are some models for commercial operations on biochar and its carbon sequestration opportunities with all the forest treatment work we're doing here locally. I think it's a viable way to look at putting it. In essence, you're making charcoal, right? And you're locking that carbon up for like 1,000 years. It's the most efficient way to actually sequester carbon. So, and there is crossover with soil health there. So that's where we're going, or I'm going. And I'm glad that you're giving me the thumbs up because I figured you were along for the ride, but appreciate it.
Chris, thank you for keeping it out of the future. I fear that your funding prediction is correct, and that anything we can do to create income streams and diversify is going to be critical in the next 2 to 3 years. So appreciate your foresight. And I know that Star has also got a deep and abiding interest in biochar and has been researching as well. I'm sure you guys are in communication about that. And if that is a possibility for diversifying the San Miguel County economy. Let's continue to pursue that, please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank
Nice to
you.
See you all.
Janet, don't go far. We're gonna roll right into Mill Creek.
Oh, I know, I gotta get my other stuff.
Okay. Is everybody okay to discuss Mill Creek and then consider a break?
I always feel like it's less than we expected to be considering.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, super. Did you get a funny meme or a cat video?
It's because we budgeted for all the
Excellent.
people and they don't take up.
Excellent. I want to see.
We
it
don't get
later.
as many
It's
people
all right.
as we
Yeah,
estimate.
nice to see you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Thank you
living up.
both. You sure you don't want to stick around and continue the OWTS education?
That's a deep set.
Oh, touche.
I did. Okay. That,
Anne's a printer.
I'm a printer.
I'm grateful.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thanks, I hope you have it too. I have it.
Mhm.
Yours is in color, it's easier to read.
Thank you.
I like the highlight.
Oh, yes.
All right, Janet, let me just introduce you. This is item 7B. It's consideration of the Mill Creek Park's next steps. And Janet Kask has got a survey, she's got results, and she's got probably questions.
Yes, so thank you, commissioners. Revisiting the topic of the Mill Creek Park. So you've got a couple of things in front of you. Or at least depending on what you want to discuss first. So I did conduct a survey of the community. And this was something that I had done a survey, excuse me, 5 years ago. So the county commissioners had requested that I touch base with the community once again and just check on, gauge the interest of the community with this park proposal. So as I mentioned in my cover memo, the survey was open from July 9th to October 16th. I received a total of 56 responses. I posed 6 questions, which were pretty basic. And, and I provided you with graphs which show people's preferences and choices. And also on the spreadsheet, which provides greater detail. And as you can see from the graphs, the largest responses were actually the provided responses that I gave, as far as, yes, there was the opportunity to write in comments, but the bulk of people chose the options that were provided as far as what they wanted to see, ranging from, picnic tables, natural play structures, barbecue area, our open space pollinator garden, benches, historic interpretive signage, and a bike repair station, and these are all things that we had included previously with our conceptual designs. So these were part of the plans. And then, yes, people had the opportunity to write in responses, and we got, lots of different responses, as far as what people wanted to see, from outdoor gym equipment, native vegetation, a swing set. Again, people sometimes responded to what we were already proposing, fully enclosed fenced area. And then we did have 4 people who were not supportive of the park project. Some had said, leave it alone. And then others mentioned their options for what they felt would be more conducive to the site. So, and then I also posed questions as far as how people would get there, bicycling, walking, driving the smart bus. More people said they would be biking to the site. And then, walking and driving was pretty much even. And as you know, we do provide parking out there. There's a parallel parking area, and as I've mentioned before, I have chatted with Ryan Rigetti, our road and bridge superintendent, and his preference is for us to leave the parking as is, not to really make any improvements to that area, or at least not create more parking, but just to leave it as it is, since the road isn't as wide in that area. And and then we also, delved into where people lived. One of the questions was, where do you reside? Just to gauge the responses as far as local members of the community, people from out of town. And, and as you can see, that was question number 6. People were literally and figuratively all over the map. But it was nice to just get those responses because obviously we have a lot of second homeowners, and those would be people who would also be utilizing the park site as well. So I don't know, if the county commissioners have any questions regarding the survey itself.
What was your takeaway from it, Janet, in terms of what you would prioritize for installations there?
Well, I found the results to be pretty positive. And like I said, since people did ultimately overwhelmingly choose the choices that were provided to them, which is what we had already included in our conceptual plans and design, I felt that was also a positive takeaway because people are supportive of what we're proposing. And one thing I've mentioned before is that, we want to keep this site as natural as possible.
I think that was yeah.
We are looking to, keep it, even in regrading that site, we're not looking to make it a flat, perfect surface. We still want it to ebb and flow and sort of have its, natural landscape design. But, we're looking more at pollinator gardens, again, natural vegetation. We would have a trail that would segue through the site, and then just a few benches here and there, and then a designated barbecue area, with a shaded structure. We would look to have some porta potties. But again, these are all, it would be a natural site, but these are plans that we've been discussing and that have been included in the design. But at the same time, it's nothing that can't change or morph over time, because the way the project is phased, as we approach each phase, we will then reconsider the designs or the plans that would be implemented during that phase, which is my next segue into the conversation is phase 1, which is something that we've discussed in the past, which would actually be the regrading of the site and the re-veg of the site. And Commissioner Gleason, you had a lot of input with regard to that last time we had the conversation, just as far as what that involves and what that takes. And I did go out to bid with that. I issued an RFP, and it would be for grading and resurfacing the 1.09 acre site. We have a grading plan in place, and this is stripping the topsoil to 6 inches deep and stockpiling it, et cetera. After regrading, there would be a revegetation with a county supplied seed mix. I did receive 2, we had the RFP out for about a month. I received 2 responses. One of them was late after the deadline, but the one, excuse me, the other bid is certainly worth considering. And it is less than what the estimates actually were tabulated to be by our landscape consultants. And I'd like to hear county commissioner comments, or if I have permission to proceed forward. And, I can provide you with the numbers as far as what was initially estimated and then how the bids came in.
Let's hear it.
Sure. So initially we were always talking, excuse me. There was always this 150 figure out there. And, and this has been a multi-year project where, obviously costs increase, unfortunately, exponentially with each year, and, and with contractor availability, et cetera, materials, and equipment. And, so initially we were talking about a 150 figure, and in touching base with, our consultants, they had actually increased that figure to 294, which, caught me off guard and caught me by surprise. But our leading contender with our bid results, who submitted their bid on time, actually came in at 94. So $94,000. So, which is under what we had initially discussed last time we met regarding the topic at 150, and pretty much 200 grand less than what our consultants had suggested now would be a more accurate estimate. So, and this is a local company that we've done work with other projects. And, and the plan would be, and the reason why I intentionally rebid this during the winter months so that I could get the bids now, we could have this conversation, and I could line up a company to get going this spring. So we could get this underway and, and finally see something come to fruition at the site. I mean, as the county commissioners know, we've utilized this site in the past. We have some picnic tables out there. The Parks and Open Space team did make some improvements. We built a little bridge to cross the creek. So it's still pretty rough, but it is usable space because, my thought was that just to provide some community benefit in the interim while we still had these conversations and still tried to work out the details and gauge where the county commissioners saw this project going.
And just to be totally clear, that bid is for grading and revegetation?
Yes, it's stripping the topsoil, rough grading, final grading, and re-veg.
And do we have water out there that we can use to help with take everything I know we do have water out there, or we will, but can we actually use sprinklers to help with that re-veg?
I have been working with the town of Telluride, and I do have the permit in place to get the water service provided to the site. And we would be working with the town on, they have their own plan in place to put the new, oh God. Pressure reducing valve. Thank you. I was thinking of the acronym instead of the actual verbiage. But anyway, yeah, so the town is putting in a pressure reducing valve out at that site. And, and we would, and I've been working with Sampa on the transformer details. So it's a matter of everything coming together, yes,
have sprinklers is the question to help with the re-veg?
Well, we would do that. We're sort of reliant on what the town is doing, but in the interim, we might have to be hand watering just to get things established based on timing with the town and their project. I've been waiting to hear from them as far as what their plans are. But, what we're looking to plant, though, are pollinator gardens, which, drought resistant plants, which, when we met with the town council, we kind of highlighted that aspect so that we wouldn't have a huge draw on the water supply at that site or that location. So, but yes, there is a time frame with which those plants need to get established and obviously require water to do so. But, we would work that out. And I've also spoken with Ryan Rigetti as far as, a water truck and what we could do in the interim to make sure plants are planted and survive.
Would the entire re-veg be pollinator friendly, or is this specific portions of the whole?
Well, we would look to, the emphasis and focus is on pollinator plantings, but we would also have other natural re-veg areas, trees.
If I may think about the RAN plan here, just reading through all the survey responses, the third highest response rate for amenities that residents wanted to see was actually natural ways.
Yes.
And just thinking about eventually planning this out long-term, I think that addressing that, important. So
Oh, yeah.
thoughts on that?
Yes, so yeah, with the natural play structures, and that was one of the added amenities that we had already planned for. In speaking with our landscape architects, anything we've talked about that would be deemed a play structure on the site would be made out of natural products. So we've looked at, wood and other substances where, we're not going to have plastic out there. We want to be conducive to the overall natural setting of the site itself, and, keep things as natural as possible. And you'll see actually, we have a stack of logs out there for trees that had been cut down on the property, trees that were going to fall down. So we had our arborist cut them down because they were deemed a danger. But our plan was to utilize those logs and actually build things out of them, which is why that pile still sits there.
Maybe it would be useful for us to take a presumption that we go ahead with the first phase. And then my question is, what would be in the second phase, and is there a third phase?
Well, again, yeah, the first phase is just purely focused
Understood.
on the regrading of the site
What
itself.
happens?
But
So go
I
from
can
there.
come back when it comes to phase two, which would be more of, phase two would be more of the implementing, designating and delineating where the planted areas are going to be, the path itself that's going to meander through the site. And then the play structures, those are more like phase three. But, with each phase though, I can come back to the county commissioners and just introduce what's being proposed at that time and discuss the plans for that
Okay.
specific phase.
Why are we phasing it? If we're gonna do this park, why don't we just do it?
Well, we certainly can, but based on concerns from the county commissioners just over the years, as far as the overall cost, we wanted to see how far we could get each year with funding and budgeting. So it was more like phasing in each approach, but if we get the green light, we can move forward, do phase one and keep going. So it was more the county commissioners requesting me to check in each time.
Well, I remember just not really supporting the park myself when I first came on board, and then having conversations about what we could otherwise do with the land,
Right.
became convinced that this is kind of the thing we can do. And I know Commissioner Gleason was supportive of it, so I've kind of gotten on board, and now I'm thinking to myself, if we're going to do it, why aren't we just doing it?
Well, I'd love
that-
to hear that. We
know?
will just do it.
I mean, I don't know how the others feel, like
I
just,
mean, I think from a cost
Yeah.
effective perspective, it might actually make more sense to do a larger portion of it all at once. If some just. actually
Well, it'd be nice to get it-
background in this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rather than going back several times and kind of reworking the same piece of land. It actually might be way more cost effective to think about a holistic plan and trying to implement.
Well, we have that. It's just that the county commissioners requested I report back after having issued the RFP and receiving bid results for phase one. So that's why I'm here today. But if you're giving me the green light to move forward,
well, I
would-
don't have a budget or anything. I don't know what that would cost, like phase one, phase two, phase three. So it's hard to say whether we can afford it all. I assume only budgeted for this year for phase one, but we probably budgeted at least 150, if not 300.
Yeah, no, we actually had over 200 budgeted. And that was, again, looking at just what the preliminary numbers were for what we estimated, the estimates for phase one, which again came in lower, much lower than expected. So, I mean, we can move forward and, see as the numbers play out where they lie, because, if we like with this bid result, if it's
Here I am
less.
to talk because I was chair for a year.
Yeah. Yes, Commissioner Waring.
Raising my hand. Janet, based on this shift in the board's attitude towards this project, I think that it would be wise for you to come back with a contract at our next regular meeting or a soon come regular meeting. And we can vote whether to have the chair's signature on that, but my take is that we would. The next question is, can we then also do the pathways that you described? Because that sets us up for placing picnic tables, benches, potentially barbecue areas and play structures. And we can maybe start talking about how much money each of those things would cost and whether we could do the grading and path part this summer and set ourselves up.
I think we
If we
can.
have time and energy and money, also have some things along the path that are attractive and useful all at the same time. That sounds like the direction we're headed. Am I summarizing correctly?
Absolutely. I also want to address the bike repair station because I think that would be pretty much immediate community benefit.
Oh,
that is
absolutely.
being Implemented, so I would encourage that to happen pretty soon so that the cyclists can start rolling into this next spring season.
Why
Nice
don't we, while we're talking about bikes, discuss briefly the bike skills track for kids, which had some interest, but not anywhere near as much as the play structure, the picnic tables, et cetera. I'm on page, I'm on question number 2 in MCP survey 2 in our packet. And I'm looking at a bar graph with percentages. And if you're looking at that with me, I think you are, Galena.
Yeah.
Picnic tables were high on the list. The next was the open space. And then natural play structures. I'm just going down by percentage of response, numbers of response. And then the question that I would want to bat around is the barbecue area. And I heard you say
And the bike skills too?
bike skills and barbecue are the ones that to me were getting lower,
But they're all in the top.
but they're in the top. They're certainly higher than anything else. So those are the two that I think are maybe more optional or discussable.
Yes.
Everything else seems really a given. when you
Yeah.
Park. So let's start with barbecue because that has some fire possible concerns. And in our survey, that was a concern that was brought up at least by 1 or 2 folks. How do we feel about providing a barbecue area? When there's a level or stage 1 fire ban, barbecues in an enclosed space are still allowed. I think it's stage 2 where they are banned. So it's not a huge concern from our fire professionals' viewpoint, but it is certainly a factor. And how do we
Well,
feel?
and we have barbecues down at the Placerville Park.
Mhm,
I mean, obviously, we don't allow usage when there's a fire ban in effect.
mhm.
And do we have barbecues at the Down Valley Park as well?
Mhm.
And do you know?
But they're minimal. And, you know, and for this park, since it's only an acre, we were proposing 1. But, you know, these are all things that can morph and change over time because even,
Let's
know-
just decide at some point,
Oh.
right? I think we're trying to like get some traction here. I don't have a strong feeling either way.
I'm good with 1. I don't want to have
yeah, that's all we
a big
have.
roasting pit.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that until you said it, so now I can
Oh,
respond to it. Galena, how do you feel?
Seems reasonable
Okay.
and it does give people the option to utilize that
Okay.
when it's appropriate, right?
And I'm picturing the same kind of rudimentary firebox on a stand with a grill on top
And we were going to put a shaded structure over it.
and a bucket for disposing safely of hot embers and coals and a scoop that's attached with a chain and kind of all the tools that you need to manage fire.
Mm-hmm.
I also wanna, well, I guess maybe we go to the bike skills track, but then there's one other.
Okay, let's go to bike skills and then jump on the next one.
Mentioned that got pretty high response rates.
Okay, let's go to bike skills and then that one.
That sounds great.
Bike skills, how do we feel, gang? And maybe Janet, you could describe a little more.
Yeah, and what
we're talking-
proportion of the acre would it take up?
So this was an area in the northwest corner. And this site or corner of the site has morphed a couple of times. Initially, it was going to be like slated to be a dog park, but we just felt the physicality of it. It wasn't large enough. You know, like you wouldn't be throwing a ball and having a dog run because it was too small. And then we just tried to get creative with what kind of other amenities we could provide there. And again, we can also just leave it alone and have it just be, you know, a natural other element to the park itself. But the bike skills track came up during the previous survey as the community requesting that. And so one thing we talked about was, you know, and a couple of options, either keeping it contained to that area or actually having it come out of that area and then actually go around the perimeter of the entire park so that, you know, again, it's only an acre, but, you know, not keeping necessarily kids contained to just there, but seeing where it would be conducive to have that track come out and then, you know, where it could meander naturally amongst the pathway, amongst the plantings, where it would make sense, just to give more area and, you know, and length of track for, you know, kids to ride.
So the northwest corner, which would be potentially dedicated to this, what proportion of the whole park is that?
I mean, yeah, it's less than a quarter. Yeah,
Cause they're, okay.
but that's why we were trying to get
I'm gonna make a suggestion.
creative.
Since it seems like there's some options that we could select, is it possible we could defer that decision
Of
until
course.
we have the path in and design the path in such a way that it either ties in with the kind of Indianapolis 500 track or connects people easily to the northwest corner if we do end up deciding we want to contain this in just one.
But wouldn't you
Corner.
want to be building it when you're doing all the groundwork, the land, moving the dirt
In a
around?
perfect world, yes, but
Mhm.
it sounds like it might be something that is.
Yeah, no,
buildable
phase one is to
top
get
of
the
grading.
entire site established. You know, we wouldn't be doing the skills track at that
Yeah,
time.
we would have the
because this
machines
is-
there that could build it, but we have to wait until the dust settles, so to speak, and the plants take root. Is that what you're saying, Janet? That even if we were trying to build a bike track right after grading with the same team, that isn't really possible. Is that right?
Well, we would look to just do the regrading of the overall site first and then see physically how everything else is going to lay out based on the plans.
So you want to squint at it after it's flat and smoother and
Does that make sense to you, Galena? Yeah.
So.
I think we can go slow on that.
Okay.
It seems like it's going to be a more expensive and bigger
Yeah.
decision.
And we're not sure, given the results of the survey, and we're not sure that it's a priority. Yeah.
So we're going to put that one on the holding pattern. And what was the other one that you wanted to discuss, Galena?
Interpretation, and I'm just kind of planting a seed here right now, but I had a really interesting conversation with Dave Alexander about a year ago about his family's history there at Brown's Homestead, and that could be a really, I think, like appropriate element to incorporate into some historic interpretive site to talk about San Miguel City.
That's the plan.
Town was, and then Brown's Homestead, and how that kind of evolved to ranching history in the valley. So I just wanted to kind of bring that up, as I think it's a really appropriate place to talk about the Alexander family history and San Miguel City. And I think a lot of folks who live around here actually don't know that history, so it'd be a great way to introduce that history to people
Yeah.
on site.
Yes, no, I was going to mention that I had a meeting with the County Historical Commission last night. And we once again, because I told them I was meeting with you today to discuss Mill Creek Park, because we've been actively discussing historic interpretive signage out at the site. And yes, acknowledging San Miguel City. And we also had a request to acknowledge the Ute Mountain Utes. So, you know, there's not just going to be one sign that we're going to cram everything into. But, you know, since it is an acre site, we're going to do it respectfully, because we also have previous foundations that were out there that I had received permission from SHPO to actually encase and bury on site. So, you know, there's a lot of history contained within that site itself, and also what existed across the street on the valley floor. So
I hear you guys in agreement and
I have another thing about the interpretive signage.
Good.
I really like the idea of talking about ranching, because I think we have so much history around, or, you know, markers and so forth about mining, but there was also ranching and dairy and all that kind of thing. I'm also very supportive of something there about the Utes. I had a just side conversation with Regina White
Skunk.
Lopez, I think, and she was really excited about the fact that we might do something there to honor the Utes. And she mentioned that it would be not just, and that was just my idea. I didn't tell her we were going to do it. I just said, what would you think of that? And what would that look like? And all that kind of thing. And she said, it's not just the Ute Mountain Utes, it's also the Southern Utes and the Utah Utes who were here. And so that we should coordinate with all three of those.
well, exactly, Commissioner Brown, I completely agree with you, because when I did the signage down at Placerville Schoolhouse, I mean, I worked with Regina and I worked with Roland McCook, and I and obviously our good times. And so I always, out of respect, reach out to them from verbiage to
And
pictures to
That's
make
true.
sure it's acceptable
and
to
did you
them.
hear, though, there's the 3 tribes she mentioned,
Mhm.
is, okay, and we have a new.
And Maria Stark,
Great, okay.
I'm working with her, and
Yeah.
Lance and I will be at her meeting tomorrow.
Great, so we'd just like to be part, I think, just
Yes.
maybe report to us on what you're doing with those historic markers, that'd be great.
Sure.
Yeah,
Mhm.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
yeah, really good.
All right. Any other commissioner thoughts or comments or questions? If not, I'm going to open up the floor to a citizen, Douglas Tooley, because he has good ideas and he has his hand up. And Mr. Tooley, we are doing the ask you to unmute move as we speak. And how are you? Welcome. Can't hear you yet, but I know you're close.
There we go. I didn't see the prompt on screen. As you all know, I followed this informally, I believe, over the full course of the project, and it's great to finally see this come together, come to fruition. And I think the symbolic importance of this park will be large in the the regional development of the east end of San Miguel County. It's a small resource, but hopefully it will be a jewel in this crown that is the valley floor. I do use the area for the dog. For my dog, I've been running him up the road. Usually, as I come out of town and before I go home, give him a chance to stretch his legs after he's been sitting in the truck for a bit. I'll just go up to the creek, or perhaps all the way up to the switchback. He uses the water feature that's there. I'm not sure if you'd call it a ditch. I guess it's a ditch, but it's pretty low profile and it's very nice. I don't know the full seasonality of it when it actually flows, but that is a very nice feature there. Not just to water my dog, but I don't know if that can be incorporated, if it's actually within the park boundaries or not. And then lastly, when it comes to the honoring the Utes on the valley floor, I've been a proponent of giving the valley floor a more native, respectful name. There is, of course, likely a tradition of very unpronounceable Indian language names for the area. There's an expert whom you might want to bring in. It's Jim Enote, if I'm pronouncing that right. He's with the Colorado Plateau Foundation as a Zuni Pueblo elder. Been around forever. He's spoken in Telluride. I recall specifically once in person and once in a Zoom type of Telluride session. And the Colorado Plateau Foundation is big into that naming, respectful naming tradition. And one thing that he suggests is, instead of using the original naming language, to use a more naturalistic, based on the original native term, a translation of it. So there was a spring, a military named Spring near Gallup, that he suggested calling Bear Spring, for example, as a way of being respectful of the native. I don't know if we want to call it Elk Valley or something along those lines, but that would be a great resource and something I think is long overdue. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. Appreciate that. All right, commissioners, I feel like we made a bit of a pivot, but a good one. And I think Janet is excited to come back to see us at a regular meeting where we can authorize perhaps expenditure for the first phase at the minimum. And prior to that, discuss what else we could afford in the same building season or shortly thereafter.
Yes, well, I can prepare the contract and put that on the agenda for your next regularly scheduled meeting
Great.
for approval.
Thank you.
And sorry, would the contract potentially expand to the other pieces that we talked about doing this summer, or that?
I'll
amend
talk
some
to the
costs.
contractor, but that would then amend the bid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Why
of
don't
what
we
was
take the
initially
first
requested in the
bid?
initial RFP.
Yeah.
So that's another element that,
Why don't we take the first bid?
Yeah.
And set out another RFP for the pathways, which sounds like it's the next step. And knowing that.
And sorry, planter boxes or something, planter.
Picnic
planted
tables,
areas.
yeah.
Mhm.
And as much as we can get of the pathway planter boxes done, and then the picnic table / barbecue / shade structure feels like it's the next logical place to go. And we'd love to get that either in-house or bid if it needs to be. And try to get this to a place where it's really usable for at least people to gather and share food, break bread.
That would be great.
All right.
I used the picnic tables just last week to have a little picnic with my kids.
Oh, awesome.
In its current rendition, it's, I think, being appreciated and.
Yeah, no,
utilized.
thank you.
So I'm looking forward to these next improvements. I think, like Doug said, it will be hopefully a jewel added to the crown. Valley Floor.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the support.
Thanks, Janet. Kevin's back. Do we want to recess for 5 minutes? And that gives Kevin a chance to set up. We will be back at 11:30. Thanks, everybody.
Perfect.
Babyface board.
Babyface Bordeaux.
Was it his campaign?
Yeah.
All right, welcome back, everybody. And we are resuming session and we are picking up with Kevin Cheney where we left off this morning on item 6. Kevin is going to give us the same slide that we were looking at. And I think the one thing that we have agreed upon is that we will not create our own county licensure system.
That is the recommendation, correct?
Agreed.
Agreed.
We're with you there.
Right. Excellent.
Do you have recommendations for? Oh, let's go to there.
Do you want to go to the next one?
I don't know. Have we answered all the questions on this slide in front of us?
I believe so. I think
Great.
we benefit from neighboring county licensure and then national oversight on septic professionals.
Okay.
One of the benefits, San Miguel County. Many benefits. So these are the last two opt-ins that I'd like to cover, which are we going to allow reductions for use of alternative wastewater systems, like incinerating or composting toilet systems? And then are we going to be issuing permits for legacy non-compliant septic systems that have been identified? So I'll start with the legacy non-compliant systems. I would not recommend establishing a continued use permit program because it really comes down to how do we identify these systems? And we 99 times out of 100, we're going to be identifying them when they're applying for a repair permit or a new septic permit. Very rarely do we get information that we can identify a system that's installed prior to 2018 regulations, and they want to continue using that system as it exists. Just finding these systems out there, whether it's a garden hose into a 55-gallon drum up in Trout Lake, or it's a road-based pit, a seepage pit in the ski ranches. We've found all these issues. They're not compliant, but we find out about them, we fix them, we bring them up to standard. So my recommendation on this one would be to not establish that program and then let our permitting and licensing that we already have in place work for itself to bring things into current compliance.
Commissioners, do you have questions or do you have a notion of accepting that recommendation?
My question is what triggers awareness around these non-compliant systems? Specifically, if we're not implementing the required, like when a property changes hands, new title, that, you know, where we just make the decision to not implement that. But, you know, what is triggering the county to come in and encourage these homeowners, landowners to bring these systems up to compliance?
Usually it's either a failure in the system. A homeowner smells a septic scent and contacts us and say, hey, I need a repair. And that usually triggers a repair to bring it into current standard. And then the second most common indicator would be an addition. So renovating a home to add another bedroom is usually the biggest cause for upgrading a septic system. That's fairly frequent. Now, when we do upgrade a system, we're bringing the entire system into current compliance. So a lot of the times, you know, if you separate the components of a septic system into the tank and the pipes and the soil treatment area, if there is an issue with one of those components, it's our responsibility at Public Health to bring the entire system into current regulation. Long answer to a short question, but it's usually when the system itself fails or if somebody wants to do a renovation to expand the wastewater capacity of a property. And I'd say the preponderance of every project we do are because of those two things. And if they're not in compliance or they're installed pre-2018, they're going to be brought back into compliance through the course of those repairs or expansion.
Galena, did you ask that question because you were concerned that there might be other 55-gallon drum hose setups or road base drainage systems in the county that we aren't catching and should be?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's where my question was coming from is, what are some safeguards? And I believe this is where these compliances are from the state are coming into play to try to safeguard public and environmental health. So I am just at this moment in time questioning what we have in place to potentially identify and improve on non-compliant these legacy systems.
I think that you're correct to be concerned. But realistically, I don't think that we're going to be able to provide a inspector that would go around the entire county and double check that everybody's system is functional, kind of spot check or even blow by blow. It just doesn't seem feasible to me, much as it would be desirable. So what I heard Kevin say was that when there is a system that's failing, the owner takes action because it's uncomfortable and unpleasant for them. And that's really the biggest trigger we have for changing these out from the bad old days to modern standards. And then remodels, yes, of course, that's just a process that catches as well. Not a perfect system, but the one that I think we can continue to do. I don't know if there's a middle ground between my kind of imaginary inspector position and where we sit right now. But that's something that maybe Kevin could ponder and come back to us if you come up with an idea.
I'm going to be doing some research in the next month to ensure that we can provide the most information to the next session when it's open to public comment. I do think, a lot of these options I'm presenting you, they would be great if we could have them. Just like a transfer of title inspection program would feed the beast. Would inform a lot of these processes. And I think, discussing this with Grace, determining, can we do that without detracting from the other parts of our environmental health? At least that portion of this, because I say this all the time, the reason that my job is no longer in building, it's in public health. It's an essential service to dispose of wastewater. We would like to expand our program. And it's above my head on what the appetite and resources available to expand the program. I'd love to sit here and say, hey, let's set up a transfer title program. Let's get a licensure program set up. And I'd like to build the program to that point eventually. It just realistically, I don't know if that's something, it's either short-term, mid-term, long-term. So
I'll try to answer that for you.
Yeah.
I think that both those licensure and time of sale inspection programs would have fees associated with them, and that with some calculation and perhaps Jared's help, because he's swift with numbers, you might be able to pencil out what revenues would be generated and contrast that to the expense of having staff included on our team to perform those services. And that's not a project that you have to undertake for the next meeting, but it is one that I think would give you the beginnings of what you just described, of eventually getting to that place.
Yeah, I agree. I think in kind of exploring this for the midterm or potential long term is, I think, a responsible choice, just to explore it with the resources, not on your own.
Yeah.
And understood you're just one person doing a lot of incredible work, not just this.
So
no, I appreciate it.
follow up on that? I don't see the need to pursue a licensure program, even to cost that out, given what Kevin said about the national license and the
Yeah.
regional counties. But I would support that if the public health department feels it would be useful, the transfer of title program.
Is the priority.
Yeah, I would say, I don't think the licensure, I don't even see that as a longer term need. I just don't see it as a need.
I absolutely agree. I think the transfer of title program could act as a trigger to identify some of these aged out.
Exactly.
Compliance systems
Mhm.
potentially in the future.
We agree, and
Mhm.
Kevin, I think if you read between the lines, we're gonna ask you to pencil out what, if any, revenue that could generate for the county, and then how much employee, whether it's half, three quarters full, it would require to keep up with that.
Sure.
Great. Should we go to the composting incinerating?
Let's do it.
Did we say no then on the continued use permits, right? Yes, okay, yep, great.
So this is the last kind of choice that I'll present to you today. I put it last because it touches gray water regulation. Very quickly, Regulation 86 is the state regulation that administers the installation and functionality of gray water. The big thing to take away from gray water is it's not opt-in, it's opt-out. So as a county, if we just decide not in the future, decide not to adhere by gray water, that's a choice. If not, it's by default, it's going to apply to our county. Now, let me put a little context on this. In my 3 years here, I've gotten 2 or 3 inquiries about installing a gray water system into a home. And none of those inquiries ever materialized, like there's no permit that came out of that. One of the big issues with the gray water systems is that it requires a separate plumbing system
Yeah.
inside the foundation. And more oftentimes than not, again, I don't have really a big data set in our county to compare it to. The cost of installing a separate gray water system is prohibitive than installing just a standard septic system. There are significant benefits to a gray water system, especially when it comes to fire mitigation and reusing water for watering a garden or an orchard or something like that. There are the benefits, but in my very limited experience, the cost of installing a completely separate system has turned a lot of people off of pursuing that option. So when I say alternative wastewater systems, I'm talking about composting toilets, incinerating toilets, and then chemical toilets with a gray water system that would be parallel to that wastewater, human waste system. Now, the reason I mention this is installation of a gray water system, which is usually happens with these alternative systems, they're not going to reduce the soil treatment area as well. So when people are looking to install a system that's going to shrink their overall wastewater treatment footprint, it's not necessarily just the human waste side, the black water. And I see Jared's ears are perking up here. The gray water side of the system would also increase that footprint. And when I'm talking about footprints, I'm going to go back to Fall Creek, Ophir, those very small parcels where there's not going to be enough space for an alternative system, let alone reducing that soil treatment area just because a household is using an alternative wastewater disposal system. My recommendation here is we're not going to allow a reduction of the soil treatment area based on what type of human waste disposal system is being used. Again, I do want to quantify it by saying 2 to 3 inquiries over the last couple of years. I have never permitted a gray water system in this county, and our neighboring counties with more populations, they have a commensurate data set. La Plata County, I think they've installed a couple, 2 or 3. Grand Junction, I think has had 0 big old goose egg in the last 3 years. For to tie the soil treatment area to a gray water system to an alternative system, I think where we are right now, the costs are prohibitive. A lot of people don't want to spend the extra money. They'd rather just go the standard septic route to dispose of their wastewater and treat that. So
If there was a unicorn homeowner who had the budget
yeah,
and wanted to install a gray water system for fire or for just reducing water use and use a composting or incinerating toilet under our current system that you're recommending, could they do that?
absolutely.
Right.
The only thing is we wouldn't allow them to reduce their soil treatment area just because they were using an alternative wastewater system. So just because they're using a composting toilet, we're still gonna require the exact same size of soil treatment area, Commissioner Brown.
Why is that? Like, if they're not flushing toilets, they have a composting toilet, it would seem to me they would need a reduced size of their septic system. Why wouldn't we reduce the STA?
Well, because those alternative systems separate their waste streams into black waste, which is human.
Yep,
And then there's gray waste,
Right.
which is like a dishwasher,
Showers.
shower, things
Yeah.
like that. Yes, you know, reducing the black water side down
yeah,
is understandable, but to have a black water system, you're also gonna have a gray water system right next to it. Those two systems totaled up, they're not
but a
gonna,
composting toilet doesn't need any like plumbing system, does it? But it does.
inside the foundation, it would need, it's subject to ICC plumbing code. So, it essentially double the plumbing lines inside the foundation area.
But there's
For a
no,
composting toilet.
Jared,
I was just
help us
gonna
understand this.
try and clarify as I'm
This is
thinking
why we're
about
here.
this,
Thank you.
thinking about this question.
It's a team effort.
You know, so let's just say there's a separate system, so the throughput of water and waste is halved, right? I think the inherent question is if you need just, I'm speaking completely out of turn here in terms of numbers, but if you need 1 square foot per gallon of throughput,
Mhm.
right? You're having the throughput with a gray water system. So would that allow you to have a smaller footprint of your soil treatment area as a result? And kind of the answer is no, because unless we saw an engineer and they pushed that math, we would want to accept it. But are we thinking about that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, I think using a relative value.
Yeah.
Of just in terms of having or full value, half value.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't wanna give myself an easy out here, but I've never seen a gray water, a composite black and gray water system for installation. I've never seen those engineered plans because they're.
Yeah, they haven't
not the
come to you.
frequency in
They haven't
our
come in.
county, right?
Well, I think what I'm asking, and what Anne is trying to understand as
Mhm.
well is, can we reward somebody for leading the charge into the future and reducing water use and building a very expensive but also very eco domicile and system? And I think my inclination is to want to leave that door open.
Yeah.
And if ticking the reduction of the STA size, if you aren't putting in black water,
Mhm.
it just makes sense to me as a layman. And what I'm hearing you say is that composting and incinerating toilets still need plumbing, and that's where I think Ann and I are not.
I'm puzzled,
understanding.
yeah.
I agree with you. I think that leaving the door open for an incentive, just because we haven't had the frequency to date, doesn't mean we're not gonna have it in the future. I also agree with you in that I think that incentivizing that first one to break through the wall, if they have the area and the land, our regulation should not be prohibitive to them pursuing an alternative option.
Cool.
I do agree with you there. I think I need to do some more research.
Okay.
Contact our county review engineers and maybe do some hypothetical studies for a average size, average bathroom house in San Miguel County to see to compare a footprint. What would a footprint look like? And then we can inform that question, which I think is a good question.
But is that something you need to do? I mean, I guess it's always nice to be prepared, but it would seem to me you could just do that research and so forth if you get an inquiry. I guess you want to know so you can respond promptly.
I think personally,
Yeah.
speaking, I'm just a little hesitant because I'm not too familiar.
Well, it's my understanding, and I've seen a couple incinerating and composting toilets that need venting. Maybe that's the plumbing you were talking about.
Venting
they don't-
and gray water,
Why do they need water?
gray water.
The composting toilets I've used have no water. That's the point.
I've used the ones of like Opus Hut.
Yeah.
Where it's just like copra and like sawdust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You use
That's-
them,
that's
you
what we're
dump
picturing,
them, and
yeah.
There's no
not at
plumbing.
all.
And the
So,
incinerating toilet is a little solar reflector, burn it into ashes, and then you gotta go sprinkle that in the garden, call it good.
yeah,
So
Right.
I don't know whether water, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, our understanding of what we've seen in the field sounds different from what I think I heard you say, that those systems do need plumbing.
okay, so I think I need to quantify black and gray.
Yeah.
Jared,
Yeah.
what those two separate streams look like
Mm.
in an alternative wastewater home.
Yeah.
And then,
But there might be three things. There's black, and then there's gray, and then there's no plumbing, which is what I associate with composting and incinerating
Well,
toilets.
what he's saying is that the rest of the house, the kitchen sink,
Right.
the dishwasher.
They would be
That's the
gray.
gray.
Yeah, right,
So
yeah.
There's still plumbing, there's
Right.
no.
Yeah, but you don't have to have two systems when you,
Even saying there's no black water,
yeah,
that's just not part of the
Yeah.
system.
when you have these kinds of toilets.
There's no black water plumbing.
Right.
great questions, I owe you some information.
Cool.
And I'll get with the team and see what we come up with.
Okay. Well, Kevin, I don't think we gave you an answer for the last question, but we gave you a homework assignment. And I think you've heard our inclination is to try to be future forward here.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, great.
Message received. That concludes my information portion of this presentation. Just as a quick recap, I think to allow our variance process to move forward. Property line reduction would be a part of that variance process. To not establish a licensure program to San Miguel County. But again, I think we need to look at the transfer of title specifically, looking future forward on what that would look like. That is tied into continued use permits. How we identify those, the recommendation would be to not adopt those continued use permits. And then finally, for the alternative wastewater systems, as that ties into regulation 86, I owe you more information so you can make a more informed decision when I'm in front of you next, after the public comment period.
That was a great summary.
Very good.
I do have just one question, kind of little on topic, but.
Yeah.
Where are we at currently? Where is the regional or Telluride wastewater treatment plant currently with septic acceptance? Are they accepting septic pumps from the county at the moment? Do we know?
Alley-oop Jared, or Jared knows more about this than I do, but.
Well, I do know they are accepting septic pumps from both the porta potties that are taking place and from hauls that are happening. They're putting it into a tank, and that tank is being hauled on a somewhat regular basis. So they are not pushing it through the treatment process as one way to manage their kind of the load to the system, right? And so what is happening now is they're taking that tank to another location. I believe they may be taking it to Delta Compost or another location to process and then bringing that back. That has been relatively cost prohibitive for some of the haulers. So I do think a lot of the haulers have reacted to the pricing of taking that at the current location and responded by going ahead and hauling it over the hill themselves in some of those respects.
Okay, thank you. I was a little misinformed about how that was being
It's
implemented.
available, but they are kind of pushing a cost basis for hauling that over the hill.
Okay.
I know that we have Sheriff Koval waiting outside, but I do see one hand up, and that's Mr. Tooley. And I'd like to hear from you. Go ahead, Mr. Tooley. We're going to ask you to unmute, but I would ask you to also be cognizant that we have a lunch guest. So let's split the difference.
Hey, folks. So on the septic system compliance, there's a third case that was not mentioned and is typical and fits into the overall situation the county faces. As with most generally land use issues, compliance comes through complaints. And this was brought up in the Planning Commission last week regarding the subject of substandard parcel sizes. Jenny Russell specifically mentioned filing complaints and not getting a response easily. That is a capacity I think we need to do. And if something is a problem, that a septic system is a problem enough to be affecting a neighbor, that certainly merits attention, prompt attention as well. And again, just generally, land use code compliance comes through complaints. On the subject of compost toilets, I don't know the full parsing of this, but there is also the urine stream, which can be separated. I don't know how often that's done. I don't know about incinerating toilets, but I don't know if you got black water, gray water, and yellow water, perhaps. And I also believe, as an educated lay individual, that compost toilets are generally accepted in Colorado, whereas they are not nationwide. That's a state level regulation from my lay research of a few years ago. And that's typical in the off-grid, smaller scale situation, not the people with the big money to do the full double systems, but with very limited black water and yellow water. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Kevin, you summarized perfectly what I think our direction is, and we look forward to seeing you again. Do you want to answer the couple questions that are outstanding as we open the public comment? And that way the public, if they do care to comment, has all the information that we have? Is that the right timing?
Research period, and then an open 30-day for public consumption and comment. And then I would say, I don't want to put a date on the calendar, I guess February, March, late February, early March for
Perfect.
a vote, Board of Health vote.
All right.
Vote and questions.
Let's do this. As chair, I'm going to be the person that's doing that scheduling. So when you've got the research done, let me know,
Sir.
and we'll find a spot on the calendar in the time frame you mentioned. Thank you. Well done.
Kevin?
Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly. Excellent.
Stick around if you like. We're going to celebrate Sheriff Koval. And if you've got things you must do, then off you go. But you got things to do. I just remembered. Go get them done. All right. Carmen, could you just let Sheriff Koval know we are looking forward to seeing him? I can sense he's right out the door.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thanks, Kevin. Come on in, Dan. Welcome. Why don't you just pull up a chair, Dan, and why don't you pull up a chair right next to Mike there? Right here? Yeah, you're gonna need more for a moment.
Hello.
Oh, look, you brought fans. Great.
Yes, all sorts of fans.
Come on in.
It's good to be lost.
That's right.
Hey, Lance.
Yes, sir.
Are you gonna leave the camera for the beginning?
I-
No. Yeah. So announce it. Okay, and then.
Hi, Karen, what's your last name? Belrose.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lance. Glad you're here.
Nice to meet you.
All right, I gotta sit, and you gotta do the public thing.
Yeah, we're gonna do.
That's why my wife made me wear that.
Yes.
I got it.
Okay.
And
So.
yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. All right, everybody, we are fortunate to have our sheriff, our San Miguel County Sheriff Dan Cobalt with us. And this is an opportunity for us to recognize his first year on the job. It's been almost to the day. I don't remember exactly when you were appointed, but I do know that it was right about now, last year. And much has happened. And thank you so much for keeping the peace.
Well,
Do you
I
have some reports you'd like to
Thanks
share?
for putting your trust in me. I really feel honored for that. That was quite the year.
Yeah. No, other way.
Oh, perfect. Okay. You're
It's
welcome.
been about 6 months since the official appointment, June 3rd.
Please come up and.
It's been about
speak to
6
us.
months since the official appointment, June 3rd, 2025.
Probably feels like a year though, right, Dan? Feels like a long time ago. And I think we're also honoring 15 years of service to the sheriff's department, but I thought it was longer than that.
Yeah, because I had this 5-year span, or roughly 5 years prior to going to Mountain Village.
Yep.
Then I did 5 in Mountain Village and then I came back. So we're just, if we talk total years of service with the SO, it's just under 20. It's like
Yeah.
19.5.
It's 19 years, 5 months and 28 days.
Okay, but who's about?
Yeah.
My
Jen-
mind, you've been serving our community for almost 25 years because
Yeah.
even though you weren't with the sheriff's office for that 5-year stint, we're in the county.
Yes.
Serving Mountain Village.
Jennifer, do you have things you'd like to add? I see you've got.
Yes, I have a little something special for you. It's been a pleasure working with you all this time. We actually started about 4 months apart. I think, or maybe 8 months or something like that, but it's been a long time. But anyway, we wanted to present you with your 15-year service award. You can take out the plastic when it's in a safe place. We don't want anything to happen to it. But anyway, it's a pleasure working with you and just thanks for everything.
No,
Appreciate
thank
you.
you, because I would not be here without all of these people,
Mhm.
all of them. It has been a journey. Pete and I go way back. Rihanna, I worked with her mom here before Rihanna came. It's been a family endeavor. We have Karen that came in. She was already here, I think, when I came back from Mountain Village. Christy's been there. She stayed the whole time. She started just a few months after I did. Jeremy was with us. He left, came back. Joe back there, he's one of our brand new guys. And we got Shannon all the way in the back of the room. That's there. Shannon, now our emergency manager, but she started in dispatch. And so it's kind of one big family. And I got old Pete here that runs my jail for me.
Into the ground.
Pete, do you have any color you'd like to add to the?
Yeah, I would just
celebration?
like to thank everyone, the commissioners, for all of the support for the last year. It was, obviously chaotic. And I would like to thank the sheriff here for all his years of service and what he's meant to us as a group. And we think he's doing a fantastic job. And I really appreciate and been fortunate to work with him all this time. He's taught me a lot. So.
Well, thanks, Pete. Well said. Would anybody else care to speak? I see a lot of folks in the family. And we've got room at the microphone if you'd like to say some words. No,
I've got something to say.
I thought you meant. Commissioner Payne? Go ahead.
I think the year was probably when we first figured out we had to do this appointment, and then we made it in May,
Correct. Yeah.
and then in June you were sworn in, and I just want to say I feel like I talk to you a couple times a week maybe, and I really appreciate the relationship that we're building, not just you and me, but you with the with the commissioners. You know, you're obviously elected separately from us. You have no reason to report to us, and I don't feel like you are reporting to us, but we are collaborating. And I really appreciate that. I would say I had high expectations for how you would perform in this position, and you've exceeded those, Dan. I just can't thank you enough for the dedication you're showing, the thoughtfulness, the care. I just want to point out two things that were really important to me in making the decision about the appointment that you have, that you supported and you have wholeheartedly followed through on, and they mean so much to me and other people in the community. And the first is your willingness to really get to know the immigrant population and to build trust with that group, particularly during this tricky time in our country. You've invested a lot of time in group meetings and one-on-one meetings and really building that trust, and I thank you for that. And then the other thing is your commitment to improving our behavioral health response. We kind of had to put the co-responder rejuvenation program on hold, and you expressed your commitment to that when we interviewed you, and you have held that up, and we are getting really close. I'll give you guys a report on that this afternoon. We've kind of learned we might not need a program, but we will be using other resources to support our community in that way. And your commitment to that and your understanding of the need for that is really touching to me and also very important. So there's more, but those are the two big ones that you and I chat about a lot. And just thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, I'll echo everything that Anne said. You've really just stepped up to this role and shined. And through my perspective, you have absolutely exceeded any and all expectations that we had as a board. And you came with a lot of experience and knowledge of the community and relationships built through the region, other sheriff's office, district attorneys, and of course, all of the staff that work for the sheriff's office. And I just thank you for stepping up to the role. I know it wasn't easy. I'm sure there's no given day that is easy in your job. But you've really stepped into those shoes in a really respectful and open-minded and just civil way. So thank you for your service.
You're welcome too.
Please join me in a round of applause for our sheriff. Yes. Oh. No. Okay, I'm gonna leave now. All right, we're gonna recess until 1 o'clock. Thanks, everybody, and see you soon.
Hello, San Miguel County. We are back from lunch. And moving on, we weren't able to address agenda item 8, manager matters. So we are going to move on to that agenda item next. And will we hear from County Manager Mike Bordonia? You ready?
I would love to, sure. And did we already, I know that Linnea Edwards, our Human Services Director, has some updates to share. Did we want to go to her first? Is that okay?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And then
I don't see her on the Zoom. Is it gonna be-
she's not on our, she's here in person. Ha
Wow,
We
you
got her in
got
3D.
stuck in there, Linnea. Apologies. Oh, quiet. I was looking at emails. Welcome, Linnea Edwards, our Human Resources Director.
Service.
Human Services Director.
Yeah,
Good to see you.
At least
it's good to see you as well. I was just invited during this time to just kind of discuss some of the human services things that have been on the news the last couple weeks and try to answer what questions I can. And so I think the most pressing matter is, national and local kind of regional news has put out that Colorado had received some letters from the federal government on January 6th regarding the possibility of freezing our CCDF, which is our Child Care Developmental Fund at the federal level, TANF, so Temporary Assistance to Needy Families, and then our Social Services Block Grant. And that helps fund child welfare, child protection, adult protective services, and some of our TANF programming. And so that was on the 6th, and then on the 9th, there was a motion written in conjunction with 4 other states that also received these letters, and the judge upheld their motion. And so there's been kind of a stay of any freezes in funding until I believe it's the 23rd is when that judge will have to hear the response from the federal government. So I guess what my point is that we are currently business as usual. The state has said that's the plan. We've been given some messaging if people are coming in and asking things about specifically their TANF or childcare. And then we have also kind of been in connection with Strong Start and Bright Futures around our childcare, which is already a complicated issue here in San Miguel County, but just in relation to that. So that's just kind of the updates I was asked to come and bring and just talk about and try to answer what questions I can.
So as I understand, what I've seen as far as information and messaging is that it's business as usual through this month, but then February, things might drastically change.
Yeah, correct.
And I sent an email to our representative Hurd yesterday on this issue, just expressing my concerns, and based on information I've received from you as well as Kathleen Merritt from Strong Start, just sending the message to our representatives that we're very concerned about the potential implications of this.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I think we're all kind of sitting wondering what's going to happen next. So,
right.
Absolutely.
Linnea, oh, sorry. go
No,
ahead.
no, I was just gonna say thank you for this continued update of waiting and seeing.
Jared,
Oh,
do you have something to say?
I just had a question for Linnea about with these 3 funding programs, from what I understand, there's a monthly drawdown that the state conducts, if I'm not mistaken. And the January one occurred.
Correct.
Is there any prospect to get the February draw before that point in time to kind of buy any particular time if the court decision is to uphold the freeze?
That has not been any information given to us. There were some other complications in a drawdown for CCAP earlier this week that had nothing to do with the freeze. It had some other issues that the state was struggling with. So they were working on that on the back end. It had nothing to do with any legal issues. But my understanding, certain programs pull daily, certain programs pull quarterly, and certain programs pull monthly. And these programs are a monthly pull. And so we'll see what happens if they're gonna let us. And it's usually the week prior to the start of the month that we get those funds pulled, or even that first couple days into the month, because we pay out benefits based on people's social security numbers.
And I know when you and I met, we talked about what our monthly spend was through these three programs. And I know we're talking about.
Yeah, and I can address that a little bit
That'd be great.
clearer. So I gave Mike some numbers that at the time made sense about what our monthly caseloads were, along with what our monthly spending was. We then received some information from another county who had worked on similar ideas, and it seemed that they were working on a percentage based on there would be a percentage of a freeze,
Oh,
maybe
yeah,
not the
75
entire,
maybe.
possibly up to, so certain programs would be, we were told that child welfare's drawdown could be a freeze of up to like 4%. But then when doing the numbers, it looks like childcare and TANF could be upwards between 50 and 75% of the freeze. And I'm not sure, the letters from the federal government there were a couple actions. So one was comply with this and you could be put on a reduction of drawdown. And if you don't comply with the recommendations or their orders, we will freeze you. So it's not very clear on if freeze is going to be the reduction freeze or if it's going to be 100% freeze. And I think that's what I'm unclear about and don't feel I haven't been given enough information at the state level to be able to answer that specific question. But I do anticipate probably up to, based on what I saw from another county, up to 75% in like our TANF and our CCAP, anywhere between 50 and 75.
And up to 4% for SSB.
And it looked like up to 4% specific for the child welfare drawdown.
Oh.
Adult protective services drawdown was more between 30 and 50. And so what I can tell you right now that is in our child welfare and in our APS allocations, our caseloads in those two programs are relatively low. And so we are not serving a ton of families in those programs right now. Along with TANF, we're serving like 2 families in our TANF program currently in San Miguel County. In our CCAP, that's where we're serving the most. So we're serving 31 children who are attending childcare right now with a wait list of 5. And so we are on a wait list still, and I think that helps with some of that. But we already plan to be overspent significantly in childcare already for the year, just based on all the things that happened the year before.
I have a question. Leah,
please, yes.
Linnea, you mentioned that the federal letter said if you do these things, this might happen. If you don't do these things, something else might happen. The freeze. I hadn't heard in the news about any requests for or orders for us to do something. Can you tell a little more about that?
So they're requesting that we provide, and specifically they're requesting to provide in our childcare documentation of our determinations that we are meeting all the quality assurance of those determinations, including undocumented rules and statutes around how we serve that population of clients. That is specific to the CCAP. And so Colorado Department of Early Childhood has done a lot of really good messaging for us and has really worked with their local family resource centers like Bright Futures, which is here in San Miguel, to really try and help them understand what's going forward with as little knowledge as we have. And so I know that they had responded a little bit to the federal government in regards to the Colorado Department of Human Services, which is where our social services block grant and the TANF live. There has been not a lot of communication down to the counties.
Go ahead, Jared.
Linnea, I just wanted to ask the question. The whole origin of this freeze was ostensibly because of this concern of fraud. Is
Yeah.
that? And I just wanted to make sure, I know you and I've had conversations, you talk with Mike every week. Is there any concern of fraud within San Miguel County or any issues that you feel we have exposure to?
Wasn't it the 5 counties that they had identified?
No, so currently there's 5 states and identified specifically to this situation. There is some conversation in 5 counties that were identified in a SNAP
That's what it was.
inquiry.
Mhm.
We are not one of those counties that was identified, nor do I believe we have any worry of being implicated in any kind of fraud. I think we are following those rules and those statutes the way that they're written at the state level. And I think that's the question.
Interestingly, I had a conversation with Kathleen Merritt on Monday because I was putting out some information about resources. And she mentioned to me that in San Miguel County, we not only do we not use CCAP money, we don't use ECAP money for undocumented families. We have a private source of money for helping those folks.
So that's half correct, Commissioner. We can, by law, we are allowed to serve children.
Oh, children who are citizens.
Who are citizens,
Yes.
even if their parents are undocumented.
I misstated that. Thank you for clarifying. Yep, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, and
But
so we do have a caseload where we do have those existing clients, but that is following the state rule.
Yep.
And statute that we're required to follow.
But if the children don't have documentation, we have a private fund that can help them.
That's
which
my understanding.
really made me feel good.
Yeah, it feels good here. I just have statewide concerns. It's, I feel like issues like this, of course, we need to look after San Miguel County, but our neighboring counties and our state as a whole are, we're really vulnerable at this moment.
And I think the biggest thing is there are a lot of changes being discussed at Human Services right now that can feel really complicated. And so I have not, I have felt like we're gonna kind of wait for really solid information. I felt during our SNAP freeze in October with the federal government shutdown that there was just continued messaging coming out and then it would change 5 hours later, 2 days later. And so I really want to be as clear as I can to the community when something changes and not inflict any kind of panic over it. Again, I think that this was a good time for me to come and say like, hey, we are until the end of the month, we're good. And we're still waiting to hear from what the state has to say around this motion and order from the courts at the federal level.
Thank you.
Do you have any concern, or have you heard anything more related to the SNAP concerns?
I know that in regard to the SNAP concerns, so I know that the state was able to put together a motion on the 7th of January. It's similar to the one that the 5 states put together to say, hey, wait, this expectation that the federal government is asking of these 5 counties is completely unreasonable. Some of that was to review over 100,000 cases and do in-person interviews. This
In 30 days.
In 30 days.
Yeah.
Which is a very unreasonable task and not manageable in not only the current climate we have, kind of politically, but also our fiscal issues at the states. Like it just is not going to allow for that work to be done. And how do we do it? So the state is definitely working with those 5 counties in small groups to figure that out. It could impact the entire state. But again, we're kind of in this hurry up, wait for information kind of setting. And I feel like my answer for a lot of things right now is I don't know, which doesn't feel good. But I don't know.
What support can we provide you?
Again, I appreciate Commissioner Gleason's letter. I think that level of support is really well needed, well received, at least by my office, knowing that we have support there. I think like I said, there are a lot of moving parts in Human Services right now, and like CCI is really talking about a lot of Human Services things. So again, I know Commissioner Gleason has sat in a couple of those CCI Human Services conversations as they've happened. And I think just continued voice for the rural communities, which functions so differently than our larger neighbors even that are just to the north and to the south of us. And then to just what I need is just to be available, to be able to process some of the information I'm getting. It's big, it's money, it's a lot of different things that are interacting, and it's not all my decision, and not all my impact. And so I think just having the availability, which I feel is readily available, but I appreciate that too.
And then is the information, different topic, related to the redistricting or the creation of those districts? Is that something you're ready to share with the commissioners right now or not?
We did have our first, so I could talk a little bit about, so we did have a calendar pushed out to us from the state to start the redistricting conversations. Again, the proposal went to the legislative session the 6th of January. It's starting that process. It'll go through the JBC. I think as directors, we feel like prepping and planning is nice. However, we don't know what we're prepping and planning for because we don't know what will happen in this legislative session around the redistricting. And I think, the directors are pretty cautious in how we want to entertain some of the conversation around it. And we really do feel and really continue to want, any conversation at a higher level to really push that technology piece. We cannot implement a redistricting without a change in our technology for our eligibility programs. Currently, we can't talk to certain counties that would be in our proposed hub. And so just paperwork can't talk. And so that is, it does feel a little cart before the horse to put the process in before we have the resources to actually make the work happen. I can tell you that, in the proposed district, which I shared with you guys last time I was here, kind of with the South, Dolores, Montezuma, La Plata, San Juan, and Archuleta, and Uray, we have been meeting, just kind of talking about what does this look like? Could we implement some of the things the hub is thinking about without it being a state pushed thing? Do we already do that? Are there IGAs? Is somebody better at something than somebody else? We're all smaller counties. The majority of us are generalists, so we have people that do everything. And so who's better at what? And can we share the load and just show kind of the state and the hubs, like, you can do this and this is how you can do it. I think the biggest concern is at the state level, there's no money. Like that is there, the money is so limited to our allocations moving forward, especially with the drawbacks that they can do at the federal government with HR1 that's coming. I think just implementing the county level work is worrying our HCPF and CDHS partners, that they just don't know how to continue to fund it. And that's where this push is coming from. And we got pretty clear. It felt good to hear some clear, no, this is what this is about from them yesterday. So we had our first meeting of what looks like 120 meetings in the next, what feels like forever. So we have once a month or once a week meetings planned right now. The Directors Association is trying to see if we want work groups, seeing what people can do and what they're good at. And so that will be an ever evolving situation. We did get a change in some landing strips. So we'll have 20 months, 20-ish months total, but a full year to plan instead of 6 months to plan. So that was, the directors were asking for that. They felt like they gave us some of that. And so that full year of planning feels a little bit better versus the 6 months of planning and then starting to implement. So although they still expect the state to be fully implemented in the districting by December 27.
Jared and I attended Southwest Commissioners meeting on January 6th. And Senator Cleve Simpson was there, as well as Representative Katie Stewart, who is not our House representative, but she represents some of the counties that would be in the district. And what was alarming to me is that neither of those representatives had heard anything about this. And so we brought, all the commissioners present brought this to their attention and brought them up to speed with where everyone was at that moment. And La Plata, spoke to their kind of reluctancy initially to be the hub county. And yeah, we had what I felt like was a productive and enlightening conversation for our representatives. But I was honestly shocked that they had heard nothing about this at all. And they're going into legislative session and
Yeah.
Yes.
I think kind of in response to that, I think what we did here yesterday, I'm not as surprised because we knew nothing for 6 months. So, and it changes our entire department. So I'm not as surprised, but I think what we heard today was, or yesterday, I apologize, was, yes, we want your input. We want you to be a part of this process. And if you as Directors Association chooses to just be like, just update, like we're not ready yet, we are still moving forward in planning and prepping. And so it's not changing the state's trajectory on where the Directors Association sits right now, and where CCI sits. So, but they do feel like they took the letter that CCI wrote and the letter that CHSDA wrote and gave us some things back in what was asked there. We'll see how that pans out. Again, the CBMS and technology piece could continue to push that out as we see how complicated it is. Yeah.
Well, thank you for everything you're doing eternally and just your level head navigating all of this. It's just coming at us fast and furious, and just really appreciate your perspective navigating it.
I appreciate you guys like do that, like giving you the information.
Oh,
That information download is really important to me. I don't like holding all the information.
Yeah, well, it's really helpful. And also, will you just keep updating me on any CCI meetings that you might see coming on the horizon, just so I don't miss anything?
Yeah,
critical?
and I was assigned the designee yesterday by Uray County, so I'm the CCI Human Services designee for Uray County when Commissioner East can't make it. So I get those updates and I get those invites, so I will keep you apprised.
Excellent. Thank you, Linnea.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you guys for having me today.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay,
Thank you.
so, yeah, I think we can move on to manager matters now. if
Very
you're
good.
ready.
thank you. Since we last met at a county commissioner meeting, we're all thankful that the ski resort has opened again and that ski patrol is able to work again. So thank you to everybody for your patience. With that impending or real economic and emotional crisis that we all went through, the county had worked together with the towns to create a resources page. Big thanks to Megan and Katie for helping get that onto our website and also redesigning it so I think it's a little more user-friendly than just general information, but is more specific for what types of needs our residents may have. I was able to meet with Tri-County Health and Region 10, as well as the Telluride Foundation, again, about senior meals, Telluride senior meals. I had a subsequent conversation with Region 10 as well about funding. And though they would not be able to provide funding for the meals unless we wanted to go through a USDA certification process where they stipulate how many grams of protein and fiber and everything have to be served in every meal, they do have some funding for senior congregate services. So something that brings our senior community. And when I shared with them the numbers of seniors that are participating, they thought that that would absolutely be an eligible funding mechanism from Region 10 in the neighborhood of $6,000 to $8,000 a year. So
Fantastic.
that is good. Tri-County Health has indicated that they are interested in potentially being the nonprofit that would oversee the senior meals in coordination with the Telluride Association of Realtors, who is providing volunteers. They wanted to wait and attend the next senior meals in a week. So they're going to do that before they we talk about a more formal arrangement with them. Working with Mikhail Madsen on applying for the Division of Veterans Affairs grant for a vehicle and driver again, but this time in partnership with Uray County. And also I'm assisting him in applying for an Alpamar grant for the same funding should we get a partial award, so that we might be able to still get a newer vehicle and or the driver services covered. Tomorrow, I'm going to be meeting with Antonio Mendez, the new Uray County manager, and excited to see what he's dealing with and how we might be able to collaborate more regionally. I met with Stephanie and Leila and many others regarding the Norwood Food Bank and the potential use of the Boy Scout building, which the county acquired. And though the building itself would need renovations to make the building usable for that purpose, they're still looking at the possibility of refrigerated trailers and storage units that could be placed adjacent to that building. And so I'll be getting a quote from SMPA about the power service that will be needed to enable that use at the site. And then I'll report back to the board as well as to that group. County will be closed this coming Monday for observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And thank you to the public for understanding. I met with Roden Bridge regarding a resident concern brought forth from Commissioner Waring on Silver Pick Road and the steepness of the grade as it approaches the highway. Because it was not an engineered road, it was a remnant from the Newmeyer mine that was left in place. That road section and how it intersects at a nearly 180-degree intersection to off Highway 145. Ryan and I looked at some ideas where the county may wish to down the road, no pun intended, totally pun intended, to move that access to the west to an area where we could achieve a lower grade. Currently, it has grades of up to 10%. And so when it is an icy or snowy morning, as I personally observed a couple times last week, vehicles are spinning and getting stuck and blocking the intersection. I know the principal of our middle school, high school shared that she she almost went off the road after I observed her having extreme difficulty of just getting out to the highway. As an interim measure, though, we are going to be placing salt sand bins where the public or others, if they're wishing to, could have access to salt and sand to spread on the county road. I did inquire as to if that creates any additional liability for us. It does not, according to Ryan. I'll speak to more about that too. But I do think it would be an improvement on the days when our crews have not gotten there to salt and sand those road sections. We're looking at 60M Silver Pick Road as well as a couple on 58P Sawpit Hill Road. Also worked with Ryan. He had asked them to connect with Gunnison County on their road evaluation software that they spoke to us about at CCI, whereupon they quantified the amount of dollars needed to bring the roads up to current spec. They're using that program to go to their voters for a funding measure for road funding, but I know we had discussed this previously, and I think this is the type of data it would inventory where we're missing signs, culverts, the condition of every road in our districts. And we're talking about a relatively small expenditure. It's $10,000 a year for the software, and then about $300 for each of the cameras. Ryan thinks we could do with one camera and just rotate it through the district throughout the year. And then this would be something that we could just do annually as we're doing road inspections, also to take out the subjectivity to our road assessments. Because right now Ryan is working with each of the supervisors to try and get them onto a common grading system for what roads are in the worst conditions. But this is using AI and just makes it completely subjective. Yes.
So how does that actually work? You take a picture and then the.
You have a
decides if it-
camera that's mounted on your dashboard, and
Okay.
then as you're driving the road, it is showing where signs should be and where they may be or may be missing or may be damaged. You can use it to inspect culverts. You can use it to also assess gravel road conditions as well as paved road conditions. And we heard a lot about this. Ironically, it wasn't shared with the Karst group at CCI. It was only shared with the commissioners and county staff. So Ryan had not heard about it until I told him about it, and he was able to connect with Martin and the other gentleman at Gunnison Public Works. So that's something I want us to get a quote on and consider adding to this coming year's road and bridge budget to have a better inventory of everything. Because I know that often you'll get citizen complaints or inquiries of like, my road is in this type of condition.
Right.
And it's very subjective as to, is it really worse than other county roads? What kind of priority should we be assessing to it?
Yeah, and as I understood it, it creates that kind of like database baseline, right?
Mhm.
So moving forward, year after year, you come back and reference any given county road and be like, well, this is the condition it's been in, and now it's in this condition. So there's some kind of like metric of comparison that is, like you're saying, not just subjective based on road and bridge staff, but
Right.
it's like actual data.
And if we ever wish to go to our voters in the future for any type of funding mechanism for road and bridge, it would be really good to have this data and to be able to say, here's exactly the cost of upgrading the roads in these areas or the entire county to this level of specification. And here's what it would cost, and here's why we would be asking for a specific amount of funding. So,
All right.
okay. Sorry. Met with Ryan and Parks and Open Space staff about Royer Gulch, the engineering analysis. They're looking at 7 or 8 different design alternatives to deal with the debris coming out of Royer Gulch and drainage and runoff. So we looked at those alternatives, and the next step is to, obviously, a lot of our input is related to what would it cost and what's the request going to be to the county to participate. Currently, we've been a 30% participant along with the town of Telluride, and then the other 2 homeowners associations were making up the rest of that amount. I said I would support Rich's 2 suggested alternatives. But before we say, yes, this is our vote, I want to understand what the next, A, what the cost is, and B, what their request to the county is going to be. There was a letter of support that was received to the BOCC via Carmen for UMC dental program for low-income seniors. So.
Yeah, I would like to support that.
Okay.
Great. I would as well. I can make a response to Chuck Forth about that this afternoon.
That sounds great. And so you have a draft in your Google Docs for your modification of that letter?
Galena, if you take the lead on that, let me know if you want me to take another pass at it or if it's ready to go. I'll wait to hear from you.
Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you.
And then our next regular meeting next Wednesday, you're going to be talking about mining regulations again with the public hearing continued. You'll be hearing from the Wilkinson Library Board as their annual update, from the Norwood Water Commission about the Loop Line project, from Primetime Daycare. You'll be hearing a planning appeal for a property on Whipple Way. And should have asked this before. Are we going to do a resolution for the boards and commissions, or are we just, or is that, I know that you already voted with some small modifications of oversight to those boards and commissions, but I was misremembering whether or not we needed a resolution for that.
We haven't in the past.
Okay, so then I would say let's not change that.
Stay the course.
You got it.
Thanks
That's
for
all I
updating
have.
that. Thank you, Carmen.
Jared, what do you have?
The only item I wanted to remind the commissioners of is that this, as of tomorrow, we have 1 week remaining in our deed restriction reversion process. And that is for anybody who wants to change their deed restriction based on the resolution that was passed last year. They need to notify us by next close of business next Thursday. And so we have sent reminders in December and again earlier this month, a couple of weeks ago. And so we are continuing to work through a number of back and forth, answering questions. And we're kind of coming to the end, which is great. We will have a 30-day run out period after next Thursday, where we have to process paperwork that you have all seen on the last couple of agendas for the Board of Commissioners. So we have 30 days for that process to be finished, but we at least need to have everyone's requests for adjustments by next Thursday. So I just wanted to do all of that process, where we're at in it, and how that will continue to proceed. I've been pleasantly surprised, and kudos goes out to our internal team here and Pam Schifrin with SMRHA. Our team here has been handling a big long list of continuing interactions, nuanced conversations, and everybody, big kudos to Megan, Drea, Nancy, and of course Maura for all the work that they're expertly doing on this project. So, and that's really what I got.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Yes.
We'll move on to commissioner updates. Commissioner Brown, you want to take
Sure.
the floor here?
Sure, I will. So we haven't had an update in a bit, so I have a few things to share. I'll start with December 29th. I attended the Tarrant Foundation Leadership Council semi-annual meeting. We have one in July and one in December. And just noting that Bobby Stein, who is a very involved second homeowner here, is taking over as the new chair from Ann Andrew. Her term had expired, and they're both great people. I know them fairly well, and it's been great working with both of them. The foundation reviewed their 2025 activity and achievements, and actually I have their impact statement here, which I brought to you all. I don't know if I want to look at it right now, but they have 7 kind of core initiatives around health and human services, workforce housing, economic development, education, arts and culture, athletics and outdoor education, and then climate and conservation, which I was just speaking to Shannon Armstrong about, includes being helpful in educating the public around wildfire mitigation and so forth. I think one of their proudest efforts this year is around workforce housing and the down payment assistance program that the county contributed $200,000 to. They've already deployed $440,000, and they are really, I mean, it's working. It's really providing, real money to help people pull together a down payment to buy homes. So I feel really good about that and all the other efforts that the foundation is making. And I will mention too that they were have been super helpful as in discussing how to support the community through the strike and the mountain closure. Let's see. One thing that came up, all right, I guess that was that. Any questions about the foundation, or is that all good? Okay. I also wanted to mention, this is a little bit old news, but I don't know how much the other commissioners were engaged on this. Glenda, I listened in on last week, the Tyree Town Council meeting, and then the joint council meeting of the two towns. Would you like me to share a little bit about those meetings? Or do you feel like you're up to speed enough?
feel quite up to speed because
Okay.
they were such high profile meetings that were covered in the media.
Yeah.
And I re-listened to the joint meeting.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you are totally up to speed. Yeah. I mean, I guess what I wanted to discuss was my big takeaways from there.
Yes, and by all means, I would love to hear your take.
Yeah, and maybe we could talk about it a little bit. Yeah. I think
But yes.
they were very helpful for me because, we talk to individuals that we know and who know us and feel comfortable approaching us, but the level of stress expressed by the business owners, I thought was really remarkable. And I was so grateful to them for, sharing what they were going through and helping the community to understand that. There was a survey shared by the town of Mountainville, the TMVOA, of their of 52 businesses that they took, I think, last Tuesday. And it really struck me how many businesses had lost how much revenue over that period of time. 40% of the businesses that they surveyed said at that time that they could only last a few more weeks under the conditions that they were experiencing, up until, very, very recently. So it just suggested to me, and I know I'm not the only one thinking about this, you guys talked about it, Mike, last night on the radio, is the fragility of our economy, right? And that includes like the fact that we are so dependent on the ski mountain in the winter, and that also so many of the businesses seem to be running slimmer margins than I ever realized. And so they're just much more vulnerable. So I think last night on the off the record, the towns and the county talked about needing, the businesses and maybe with support of the governments coming together to understand how we can be more resilient. And I think that has been a huge takeaway from all of this. The one thing that is still sounds like pretty up in the air is whether the towns will stand up that steady program, which would be some direct funding to the businesses. And so I'm just paying attention to that to see, because we do have some businesses in unincorporated counties, many fewer than they do in the towns. But I just want to pay attention to that and see if that's something we should consider if they decide there's a need. So that's kind of my takeaways from all of that. Okay. Did you want to say anything about that, or did you have different or similar impressions?
I've had similar impressions, and I really did appreciate the conversation on the Kodo Off the Record last night about building resiliency and diversifying our economy and really thinking more regionally. And how to diversify and bolster our regional economy, thinking throughout the county, and yeah, just seasonality. There's a lot that has come to light through this really hard time, and I feel that, of course, the ski area closing over the holidays was really unprecedented and harmful to businesses because of that loss of revenue specific to the ski industry. But we need to be thinking more holistically about protecting our economy moving forward around climate shift and dry winters and potential recessions, and just thinking about how we can become a more well-rounded economy. And it's a greater discussion to have, and I think that I really appreciate that the towns and the county are aligned on this and working together and moving forward in lockstep to really harbor our communities and our economy. So moving forward in that light, right, is critical.
Yeah, and I don't know yet, and Mike, maybe you took something away. I didn't get to listen to all of the show yet, but was there any is there a plan to actually put together a work group or a committee? Is that still kind of just in early discussions?
I would say that's early discussions. Definitely there was more heads nodding for the need for potentially a group like a chamber or to actually engage around economic development.
Yeah.
But no concrete actions.
Not yet. Yeah, but I think that will come out of that. One thing I thought was interesting, I don't, just maybe a few more minutes on this since we're right here together, is I thought it was interesting that Teddy, the mayor of Telluride, expressed, as I understood it, that he felt like we probably were going to continue to be a resort, you know, and a tourism economy.
Yeah.
He didn't think it was realistic to expect that we would be having, you know, manufacturing companies or, you know, a truly diversified economy. But the idea of diversifying the winter offerings, I thought was really, that really made sense to me. And then also of sort of filling in the lower times in the winter. And again, the shoulder seasons. So that's sort of where my head is right now, but I'm really interested to see how this conversation develops.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've always been in recent times, been an economy of peaks and valleys. And I think that has improved over the decades, but we're still very vulnerable. And I mean, you know, thinking about the county as a whole, I actually disagree that there could be opportunity for more manufacturing trades. I think that we might want to think outside the box Canyon in that realm. So, yeah.
That's fair. That's definitely fair. Yeah.
Organizations like WeedSea have been thinking along these lines for years, even thinking about how to diversify the West End economy and looking into different manufacturing opportunities. Perhaps, you know, that they're very much exploring these concepts.
I think that's fair. I was definitely thinking about the east end of the county and how many people throughout other regions rely on us. But you're right, if we build some diversity outside the east end, I mean, do you think it's realistic to have manufacturing up here? I don't know. With the costs.
Limited here.
Yeah.
Not just geographically, but even just transportation is an issue, and throughout the county, let's be honest, we're very rural and geographically removed. But I think just it's a moment to really think big and think holistically and kind of just recalibrate where we're at. And yeah, if there's good that's come out of this, that's one thing that I think we're just kind of touching base on where our economy is at and how to become more resilient.
And maybe you, in mentioning WeedSea, we should bring in their you know, historical knowledge and all the ideas they've explored. I think they have a lot of experience we could learn from.
Yeah, agreed. They've done a lot of legwork.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was that part. Then I just want to say I went on Saturday night to the Telluride Fire Protection District, and Telluride Volunteer Fires had a community dinner. It was intended to support the community and bring everyone together during the strike, but the strike had ended. So that was a little bit more lightly attended than they had expected. I think there were about 100 people there. But what was terrific is that they invited the county and Tri-County and other kind of human services organizations to share resources. And so we shared all sorts of information. We pulled together a one-pager in English and in Spanish, kind of similar to the website that the town put together for people to, and we distributed a lot of those. And I think it was funny. People were like, whoa, I didn't know the county had all this and all this was available. So it was a good opportunity. It was great. On Monday, I attended a meeting of Colorado CTC. Who knows what that stands for?
Communities that care.
Communities that care. Thank you. And they showed initial results of the Healthy Kids Colorado survey, which the Telluride middle and high school students take every year. And very, very early returns, including that some of our metrics are improving, but that our metric around alcohol use in the high school is really stuck in the mid 40s, like 45%, I think, of high school students have consumed alcohol in the past 30 days, which is, you know, continues to be concerning, highly concerning. But there's going to be more information coming out about trends over the past. I think this is the 5th time our school district has taken the survey. And also being able to compare it to state metrics. And Dawn Katz, who leads CTC locally, is also pulling together a coalition of other mountain towns so that we can share our data and compare our results to sort of peer communities, particularly around substance use and mental health. So I'm very interested to see what that is, and I'll just keep bringing you guys information as it comes forward. I met on the 13th, which is Tuesday morning, with the part of the work group that had been planning a co-responder program, or to bring that back. And for the first time, we included Paragon, which is the organization that provides mobile crisis response to our community. And they shared with us all of the services that they are providing to San Miguel County, which I would say most of us, if not all of us at that meeting, were not aware of. And it turns out that they have, that they can respond to more behavioral health incidents than we realized, and that they have ongoing support programs that are active in the community. And basically our takeaway from that meeting was that if we made better use of Paragon and what they are providing at no cost to our community, that there would be only a few gaps to fill, and that we wouldn't need a co-responder or community intervention program. Yes.
So that's wonderful. And I've actually had questions about this when I just participated in one of the behavioral health strategic meetings that occurred in Norwood, and there were a representative from Paragon there who presented all of their services. I'm wondering their capacity, and if there's limitations there, and if there could potentially be some funding allocated their direction to expand on those services.
The fellow that we met with yesterday, Zachary, I can't remember his last name, who's in charge of our region or our area, said there is absolutely no capacity concerns. We have 2 people, a paired response available 24/7 to San Miguel County. Currently, they are stationed in Norwood, but he's looking to, they're stationed in Ridgeway. He's looking to move them to Norwood. So he's looking for a 2-bedroom apartment over there. But he said that right now that team is responding to, mobile crisis response. And there have been between 2 and 4 calls each of the last 3 months. So it was like 4 in October, 0 in November, 2 in December. And they have much, much, much more capacity. They could do 2 to 3 calls a day, he said. And what was so interesting is that the sheriff had just learned about these services, the breadth of the services recently. And there were the 2 chiefs were there as well. And I only heard from one in response to the specific question, but he was not aware of the services either. So it's a little bit, we were all looking at each other like, this is nuts. But it's also great because now we know, and now we can start educating our agencies about them. So we'll be having another meeting. The only agencies present yesterday were law enforcement, but we have been meeting also with fire protection districts and the clinics. So we'll bring them in to the next meeting and represent all of the resources available. It seems that there are still a couple gaps that we haven't filled. One is mobile crisis response to the jail, and the second is mobile crisis response to the Thyroid Medical Center. It's all regulated, highly regulated by federal and state funding and statute and all that kind of thing. I don't know, we learned that they are allowed to respond mobile crisis to UMC because it's a clinic. And UMC was not at yesterday's meeting because we just had law enforcement, so I don't know if they're aware of that. But they cannot respond to a quote unquote hospital or whatever level our Thyroid Medical Center is. But with a separate contract, they can. And so Jen Dinsmore is already trying to figure out what other pieces we need to have contracts with Paragon so that we can fill out the services. So it was a really kind of eye-opening and gobsmacking and very positive meeting. So.
Yeah, not to just outreach and communication and streamlining the services that exist to our community. And hopefully this position that we're going to fill here in the county will help bridge that.
Galena, that was exactly what came to mind. I thought to myself when we were learning about this, if we had that behavioral health projects lead in place, that person would have known about these services and would have been sharing them and making sure everybody was aware of them. So it's just another reason I'm so happy we're going to be having that position. I wanted to mention that Tri-County Health has put out for all of our consideration the quality of life survey. And I know lots of people have been sharing information about it, but I just want to underline the importance of that. It is a survey that's paid for by CATS Amsterdam, which is a nonprofit that provides mental health funding for mental health programming in mountain towns in particular. They have funded the survey, and the results of that survey will help us continue to refine our programming and also provide data that we can use for applying for grants and so forth. So it's really important that folks take that survey. And I know, Megan, you've been promoting it. Thank you very much. Keep it up. Let's see. We already talked about the UMC letter. And my last question is for everybody. I got an invitation to the San Miguel County and Uray County operational plan meeting on March 31st. And that was something I hadn't heard about before. And I wondered if that was a commissioner thing or a staff thing. If you don't know, we can look into it. Did you get that too, Galena?
I did. I RSVP'd yes, because it seemed important.
Yeah.
Something that I would like to dive deeper into.
No,
I have read through that operational plan, but would like some data on if that's appropriate.
Okay.
And should we attend that ? I said yes.
You did. Okay.
Yeah.
I said I didn't respond. Do you want me to send that to you guys, Jared and Mike, and you can
Please.
maybe?
I have not seen that request.
Okay. Okay, those were my updates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
So I'm gonna update us in consort with Jared on the Southwest Commissioners meeting that we attended shortly. And our representatives, State Senators Cleve Simpson was there, as well as House Representative Katie Stewart, who represents District 59. So many counties in the Southwest District, not our own. Our representative, of course, is Larry Don Sukla, who is not present. And some of the other commissioners, Commissioner Warren, who was chairing the meeting, said he did reach out to Representative Sukla, but didn't hear back. So it was a little too bad he wasn't there, because there was a lot of topics that I think would have been really important for him to hear. We discussed the representatives discussed the upcoming state legislation, and they just kind of gave us a synopsis of how it goes. And of course, we know this, that each representative gets a max of 5 bills to introduce. And this equates to approximately 500 bills per session. But something that they kind of expressed frustration over is only a portion of these bills make it to the floor to be considered. And last session, 230 bills went unheard.
Because they get stuck in committee, is that what happens?
They get stuck in committee, and there's also just not enough time in session to consider all of the bills. And so from the county perspective, CCI and CCAT have been really helpful in streamlining county-led legislative matters, especially opposing unfunded mandates. However, the representatives there really encouraged us to keep focusing on how to push to prioritize legislation that is important and beneficial to the counties, really applying pressure to our representatives and just bringing issues to light that we would like to see them introduce. And as we know, CCI and CCAT are doing a smash up job and really
have their finger strongly on the pulse. But there was still, you know, our reps felt like a lot of, just a lot doesn't make it to the floor. And if, you know, specifically to county issues, we need to really push and make our voices loud if we want to see things brought forth at the state legislature. Cleve Simpson briefly mentioned the 5 bills that he's planning to introduce. One had to do with Prop 123 funding. One was competency in criminal justice hearing. A bill about flexibility in statute for decommissioning coal power plants.
Do you know what that was about?
Yeah, and the general take was that there has been basically state or coal power plants need to be decommissioned by a certain date. And there are gaps in power generation because there's not enough renewable projects coming online to actually meet the demands. And so his bill has he didn't get into the nitty-gritty at all, but what my take was, his bill was trying to propose some flexibility in this new set statute that these power plants can kind of prolong their activity to meet the gaps in power demand.
Yeah, and I was just gonna add it. He mentioned specifically Colorado Springs Utilities as one of the power providers. You know, the Colorado Springs as a municipality offers their own power production and supply to everybody in Colorado Springs, and that they had requested a bill to allow them the flexibility to keep operating a coal-fired power plant because they in particular don't have the portfolio of renewables or other resources to meet their growing demands in that community. And then that kind of there leads to questions of how would it apply to a place like Craig, which is a one that has been scheduled for decommissioning, but continues to operate in some minor way, and so on and so forth. So it's a nuanced problem for sure that he's trying to find a path to ultimately close, but maybe not as quickly as it has been suggested. So
exactly. He also has a bill about introducing a revolving loan fund for farmers and ranchers, and then a water bill that he didn't really extrapolate on it as well. And then Representative Stewart she has a bill cooked up. It's an EMS bill for treatment in place funding. And this was really interesting to me because EMS providers cannot charge for administering treatment in place until the patient is transported to a medical facility, then they get paid. And, you know, in our rural setting here, there's our EMS providers are already quite strained financially, and this could be a pathway for them to garner more funds for their organizations. So it's very targeted at more rural communities. I think
that's fantastic. I know that Chief Bachroth's team, they make house calls kind of, I don't know, you know, that are welfare checks and beyond. And I hadn't considered whether they were paid for those.
They're not. So
that's fantastic. What a good idea.
Yeah, I think that I was going to bring this to Chief Bachroth's attention, and just keep his finger on the pulse, and maybe he could even write a letter of support.
Sure, and maybe we could as well.
Yeah, but I think that it could be a really great thing if it makes it to the floor. So, and she's introducing a jail protections bill. Don't really know much about it. Medical ride share reimbursement, also really applicable to our area. She lives in Durango, so it's really, you know, speaks the same language as we do as far as rural medical response. And then she had another bill revolving around protecting compounding pharmacies. I know UMC is facing this hurdle right now, with they're now having to pay for certain prescriptions like tenfold for what they've had to. Yeah, she had some really good ideas. Anything to add on any of that, Jared? Probably getting a little too thorough here.
No, not.
Love it. That's
not-
very helpful.
The only one that you may not have mentioned was that Cleve is running a Prop 123 funding for workforce housing
Oh,
bill as well, or?
I said
Jump
that, but
done.
not for workforce housing, just Prop 123 funding.
Yeah,
for
and
workforce.
this conceptually would adjust the AMI thresholds for some places. Emily Lashbrook, who works in Pagosa Springs on affordable housing projects, has been pretty outspoken and that is one of the areas where that cleanup bill is probably going to move ahead, and it just depends on how it looks once the details come out. So but I think you covered all the bills pretty darn well. Just looking through minutes.
We talked with Linnea about CDHS and everything that they're navigating right now. We did have that discussion among the commissioner group there and with the representatives who, like I said earlier, had absolutely no idea about these funding hurdles and redistricting, and it was news to them. So it was great to be able to update those representatives about these issues, and specifically the technology piece that is just I think everybody has identified as being the biggest crux to this all, that seems almost unattainable in the amount of time that timeline they're trying to roll this out. Yeah. We had a pretty wonderful conversation around unfunded mandates. And Cleve Simpson said the pendulum has swung too far to be practical with all of these unfunded mandates coming from the state level. We discussed the methane reduction monitoring legislation, and there was a lot of concern raised by all the commissioners in the room there about how it's just really impractical for our rural counties.
I read an article about that in the Sun that said that they had updated Regulation 31, right? That's the one.
Yeah.
And that it would only impact 11 of the landfills in the state. Was that anyone? Yeah, Jared.
I believe there's a bit of nuance there.
I'm sure.
I think that it will only impact 11 immediately, right? So those are landfills that are currently already testing their methane generation and will either have to cap it or otherwise monitor it more fully. There is, as part of Regulation 31, I believe, a testing requirement for smaller landfills, because up till now, and as long as we've been going, those landfills haven't had as rigorous a methane testing. How much is being produced, how much is being off-gas, so on and so forth. So I think the nuance there is there are requirements to start collecting data on more landfills, and that is the broader concern.
And that has that been decided yet? Like, have they made that determination?
They have promulgated rules to make that a requirement, and that's what is catching a whole lot of pushback of, this will cost smaller landfills a significant amount of money just to even start testing of how much
Right.
production they have.
And there's concern that they would then close, and we've
Correct.
talked about this. So, and Cleve it sounds to me like he's pretty sensitive to the concerns of smaller counties and smaller landfills, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's a lot of discussion around illegal dumping
Yeah.
and just what the ripple effect would be from some, either landfills
closing specifically.
Mhm.
So yeah, there's a lot of concern around it, and the conversation kind of evolved to talking about the rural urban divide and kind of brainstorming around ideas on how to get more urban legislators into the rural parts of the state for them to even just like get a taste of what our counties are facing, and how a lot of these unfunded mandates are just absolutely non-applicable and impractical, especially on the western slope. And Commissioner Porter Norton had some creative ideas on, engaging with some of those representatives to get them to.
What a
especially
great
the
idea.
Western slope, and, perhaps interim committees that could travel, like
Mhm.
make a summer trip.
Mhm.
So I thought it was some creative thought process, and really just thinking about how diverse the state is, and the need for rural counties to be able to bring their issues forth, and for urban legislators to understand what we're actually navigating in our neck of the woods.
It's a great idea.
Yeah.
Did she mention anything about a unfunded mandates or an unfunded mandates protest on the Capitol steps? That was something we talked about at the meeting that I went to, the SWOC.
No,
No.
I didn't catch that at all.
Okay.
But on that note, I mean, that email went around a little over a week ago and we had a quick discussion about it last week about potentially crafting a letter or a resolution to join the unfunded mandate movement that Commissioner Daniels from Mesa County has founded.
Mhm.
I think maybe we have that discussion with Commissioner Waring present, because we didn't really fully
Yeah, I think, but
decide.
that's right. I think before we have that discussion, it would be helpful for staff to let us know, like, what are one big unfunded mandate that we had to comply with was the accessibility one, but what are the other ones that are really impacting us that we, and I think we talked months ago about the Mesa County movement. It seemed when that letter first came up that they were wanting us to sign or inviting us to sign a letter about unfunded mandates that we actually believed in, like we wanted them. So I just don't know what the unfunded mandates are that have come down to us that are misaligned with our needs or our values or our budget. I don't know what those are, so I wouldn't know where to begin writing that letter. And maybe staff could prepare to kind of lead that discussion for us. Does that make sense to you, Galina?
It absolutely does.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. I kind of skimmed some of the letters from some of our similar counties.
Right.
Like looking at the Pitkin County letter. Yeah, and they had picked out some specific unfunded mandates that they felt were really affecting them.
Okay, that would actually could be a good
Yeah.
place for the staff to start then, is to reviewing those like sister counties and what they know, if they've done that research already.
Yeah.
Should we ask Lance to agendize that?
We can make sure it's added to an upcoming agenda.
Yeah.
Great.
And I think it doesn't have to be like a super long and detailed letter, but I think I personally feel like I believe, and you guys can tell us if this is true or not, the accumulation of unfunded mandates has reached a point where it's becoming untenable for some people. I don't know, or some kinds, I don't know if it has for us or not, but that could be the message with a few examples. It doesn't have to be every single unfunded mandate that has impacted us. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jared and Mike, I'm just gonna forward you this letter with a reference to all the counties that have signed on or their.
You send it to me
resolutions and
too, because
letters.
I've lost track of it and I would like to refresh my memory before that meeting too.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so also, I feel like that pretty much sums up that unfunded mandate discussion there. Also,
Senator Hickenlooper's aide, Lisa Poole, was present, Bennett's aide, Wyatt Bear, as well as, Congressman Jeff Hurd's Representative Amy
Huff.
Huff. Yes, and they all gave updates, on what our reps have been doing in Washington. Amy Huff covered the FEMA appeal, that La Plata and Archuleta County have made to their fire and flooding disasters that were denied.
Not granted emergency or federal disaster designation.
Yes, thank you. And so, of course, a lot of people in the room that day were representing those counties, and it really is, hit home pretty hard. Hurd is behind the movement to delist the gray wolf. And then she covered the Secure Rural Schools Act that has made some good movement in Congress, was approved. Wyatt Bear, Bennett's aide, also spoke to the FEMA appeal, and spoke to it in a little bit more partisan manner, just saying that Colorado has really been singled out by the Trump administration. Also brought up the Arkansas Valley conduit line, and the outcome there came to fruition after this meeting, but that was did not pass through the House for appeal of that veto. The Dolores NCA was unanimously passed at the Senate committee, and we directly asked Hurd's aide where he stood on that matter, and we got the same answer that has been ongoing, that he's still gathering all the information. And of course, that's where Commissioner Waring is in a meeting right now with Hurd's aides to discuss the Southern NCA, or the Dolores NCA for the Southern Dolores NCA, sorry. Yeah, and then Lisa Poole, Hickenlooper's aide, spoke also to the Arkansas Valley conduit being vetoed. Also that transportation grants have been canceled for Colorado. And the NCAR dismantling as well. So those are all things that Hickenlooper has been fighting. And Jared, I have some notes about the AI committee that Hickenlooper is on, in regard to broadband. Did you really glom onto that? Because my notes I'm not reflecting on what was really relayed there.
So based on my understanding, there is some funding resources at federal level to expand broadband nationwide, rural broadband resources. And there is a push to access those dollars for AI expansion and research.
Rather than for broadband?
Rather than, or in addition to, or in competition with rural broadband efforts. So there's I think they were identifying that there's this conflict, and there may need to be some carving out of resources to keep doing the work of rural broadband. And that particularly, as you mentioned, Commissioner Gleason, Senator Hickenlooper's office is in having conversations with the Commerce Committee on that particular topic, ongoing. And just to put, there is a conversation at the from both of the senators' offices. There's conversations about letters for rural broadband that had been written by a number of other counties, that they were appreciative in that meeting because a number of those counties had sent some letters to support some of those rural broadband efforts. And in particular, we did also hear from Shaq Powers. He's the Deputy Director of Region 9 Economic Development Authority. And he kind of digested on some of Region 9's efforts to access some of those funds and to advocate for those funds as well. So I think Region 9 is really plugged in with rural broadband, and that's why some of those counties had concocted those letters, I think at the behest in a lot of respects of Region 9, where I know that Region 10 is working and Mike has been much more involved, but they're just at different levels of participation for the different economic planning regions.
Okay.
But otherwise, I think you did a great job covering.
Okay, thank you. And that is pretty much what I recall from the meeting, and what my notes reflect. The next meeting will be held in Dolores County in April. A date wasn't quite solidified, but that's, and I was so grateful to be able to attend that. It was absolutely really meaningful and a good use of our time.
I felt that way about the one I attended.
Yeah.
And were there counties, I believe, that had multiple commissioners there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so
and
we
that
might be
is
able-
something I was gonna suggest. If there
Yeah.
was a meeting where we could all attend, I think that would be very worthwhile.
Yep, definitely. I'll keep trying as long as they have them. I was thinking when I was at the one in Durango, whether we might offer to host one. I know we're sort of the furthest out, right? Us and Archuleta. What do you think about that? Whether we might host one here maybe over the summer or something, or do you think that's asking too much?
I think we can always offer.
Yeah.
We discussed that at the first meeting of rotating it.
Yeah.
But it's similar to the Pagosa one. I would want us to offer a virtual option.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah.
We are kind of, Archuleta and San Miguel are kind of the furthest extents of the region.
Right.
And with it being in Dolores County, which is just next door to us in the next round, I think it'll be interesting to see how that pendulum swings
Sure.
back and forth. And,
Yeah.
who else might participate? But I agree that it was a really good meeting. I wish we could have gone in person because I'm sure the FaceTime is valuable, and seeing all of those folks would be great. And I think it's well worth our time.
Agreed. Let's see, Mike covered the Norwood Food Pantry committee meeting quite well, really. I think we're just kind of waiting on next steps there, but it seems that the refrigerated storage containers is the temporary fix to address the Norwood Food Pantry needs. And then there will be ongoing planning for a more long-term permanent solution, but it's going to take longer than the amount of time allocated.
Is there a consideration that a long-term solution could be the Boy Scout building plus refrigerated trailers? Or are we looking, are you looking, the Fresh Foundation looking for something else?
I mean, potentially, I think what we've kind of unearthed there is that it's going to cost quite a bit of money just to get that building functional. And that, I know, having sat on the Fresh Foundation board, that they're not in a financial position to even be able to entertain funding that kind of a capital project. And I'm not, certain where the county stands there, but I think that it's in such a rough, raw form that it would need a new foundation, new roof. I think hundreds of thousands of dollars is pretty realistic, and that might be a stretch, right? There was discussion at that meeting, the Lone Cone Library Board are open to the idea of potentially conveying some of their land to the food pantry to build, or to Fresh Foundation to build something on that plot of land. But once again, funding would be a big hurdle, but not anything's possible, right?
Yeah.
And that would be a really great location for the community. Absolutely.
Better than the fairgrounds, you think?
I mean, pluses and minuses as far as the fairgrounds is ideal in that the bus goes there, there's
Yeah.
parking, there's public services like public restrooms there. It's already what serves a lot of the needs for a food pantry, but then thinking about the Fresh Foundation as a whole and all of their programming, there's a lot more need than just the food pantry.
Right.
So they're kind of thinking bigger, but in this specific meeting, of course, we're just talking about addressing the Norwood food pantry needs. Yeah, so ongoing, but I think that this, Stephanie Greavy is gonna be pursuing El Pomar grant funding to buy these storage containers, and I think they could be used indefinitely, even past the time when they figure out a long-term location for the food pantry. So it's a good decision, good investment for them. And there's several food pantries even in our area that operate out of refrigerated storage containers, so it's not a completely like hairball idea that other entities function that way. So yeah, we'll be having those meetings monthly, so we'll see what evolves over the next month there. That's pretty much what I have to report on today.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so do we still have, I know Maura is home working remotely today. And Maura, are you here? Hi.
Here, hi.
How are you doing?
I'm hanging in there. Doing all right. Sorry, I'm not able to be there with you all in the room, but it's for everyone's best health. So I have my quarterly litigation update and then a bit of an end of year report for you all that was in the packet. And I won't go through that item by item, but I'll just note a few high level things. That I was able to remove a few pieces of litigation of cases that had closed out since my last report, and happy to say that nothing new has been added to that. So hopefully we'll see that list continue to dwindle as things get wrapped up. And then sort of new for this report, I think in my end of year last year, we had included sort of a summary of how many core requests and the property tax appeals. For this one, I also added a rough estimation of how many contracts, RFPs, and other types of agreements came through our office this year, just to kind of give you all a sense of the volume of those things. And I think it would be helpful for us to track those year over year as well. So we've started doing that internally. And I will note, just as you can see, the core requests have gone up quite a bit this year. And looking back at kind of the last 5 years, they've really increased like more than 5-fold. So they are going up quite a bit. And I think the majority of those are like building planning and OWTS records. And I know that planning is looking into working on kind of a records management system, and conversation earlier today with Kevin about options in the future that might make some of these records more publicly accessible, that could decrease those requests over time. But just wanted to note that those continue to go up. And then on property tax protests, pleased to say that we didn't have any of those that went to court this year. So that was good. And happy to answer any questions you have about the report.
I did not have any, Maura. Thank you.
Neither do I, but yeah, this report is great. It's just seeing the summation of all the work you've done, and I know it's been a lot, but the recap was helpful, so thank you.
No problem. I guess one other thing I was gonna note, I was expecting to have an update today, but nothing has moved. But the Boulder County, City of Boulder litigation, which we were a part of and then split off, still considered a part of, that case has now been relisted at the US Supreme Court 3 times. So we're waiting to hear whether they will take that case up or not. So every week it's kind of a rolling update on it being relisted or denied or granted. So I will keep you all posted on that as we hear more each week.
Sorry, this is the Suncor Exxon case?
Yes.
Your summary mentions the Colorado Supreme Court, but not the US Supreme Court. Is it also being considered by the US Supreme Court?
It is, yes, it's pending for petition for cert at the US Supreme Court right now. So the Colorado Supreme Court issued a decision and then that
Oh,
was.
there it is. Oh, there. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead. Yep, keep going. Sorry, got it. They will seek review at the US Supreme Court, and that's still pending.
Yes, and it kind of gets rolled over each week as they don't make a decision on it and then is relisted for their next conference. So it's kind of each week we're waiting for it to hear, and then if it's relisted, waiting for that posting as well.
And we're basically waiting to hear whether the US Supreme Court will hear it.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, great. Do you have anything else, Maura?
Nope.
All right, well, you should get back to resting.
All right, thanks. Have a good rest of your day, everyone.
Take care.
Okay, well, with that, I think we're ready to adjourn. Can I get a motion?
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
I second that. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're adjourned. See y'all next week.